Tarabai 8/8/2025, 5:26 p.m. Hello, friends. Today we are doing a thing you will for sure feel bad for. You are asked to come to a long ago dinner. And since you are a person who likes new things and maybe does silly stuff, you say yes. Let me tell you something before we eat the cooked bird and hear secrets. You might not make it through this, really. With the funny meats, drinks that were very, very strong, and also that. Where you sat could make people want to poke you. This is a trip to the past where your body from today, your good ways, and your need for lots of room will cause you big trouble all the time. So before you feel all cozy, please take a second to tap like and join us. But just if you really, really like what I make here. Tell me your town and the time in your words below. I would like to know who is watching from what place and how late you are awake with me. Now make the lights low, maybe put on a fan for that nice quiet sound, and let's start our trip together. It all begins with a paper, a real wax-sealed note given by a helper, who has a smell of trees and pony sweat. You are not a rich person, not at all. You are just a traveler from another time who fell out of some hay. But a person or a thing wants you at this big dinner. Maybe you are the special guest, or maybe you are the fun show. The paper is not very clear. No matter what, the note comes with a warning. Wear your best clothes, come here before the sun goes down, and bring something with you, and so the worry starts. Because you, it is true, you own nothing that looks like the best clothes. For the 1400s, you are in sweatpants. You try to swap with a man who sells things and get covered in wool, cloth, and a thing that smells like a goat but is worth so much money. The tight jacket squeezes your sides like a strong, tight hug. The pants are scratchy, and the shoes are just made from tree skin. You are not sure, but they give your feet no help at all. At this time, you learn a big thing. Old-time clothes are not just about looking important. They are a very hard test to get through. The sun is starting to go down low. That pretty honey light is shining on the dirty roads and bent houses. You walk your way to the big house of the lighter, which is on a hill like it is the boss of the sky. It probably is. As you get closer, you begin to see people looking at you. Poor folks giving you a mean look, big soldiers trying not to laugh. You are for sure not from here, even if your shirt kind of fits now. You hold the present you have, a kitchen tool you made that looks a bit bad, that you traded for with the last bit of your good feelings, and go to the big door. Now here is the first important fact from long ago. Big dinners were not just for eating food. They were like tools for fighting. Games of people chess, and sometimes just very costly ways to show off. Leaders and bosses had these big parties to show how rich they were. Scare their haters and give presents to friends with cooked meat and lots of drink. If you were asked to come, it was a big deal, or it was a trick. The line is very, very thin, but here is your fun piece of information. Some old-time dinners had real yummy things in the middle of the table. like shapes made from butter or sweet paste, made to look like big homes. Or animals, or one time, a full soldier in his metal suit on a horse. That is true, you could really cut yourself a piece of a butter dragon. If you wanted, if no one else got to it first with a sharp tool. Tarabai 8/8/2025, 5:26 p.m. As you walk into the front yard, the smell gets to you. Cooking meat, wood fire, sweet-smelling drinks, and something like a farm. It is very nice and also strange. A singer plays his little guitar in a spot. Birds run away from your feet, and a kid, not even 10 years old, tries to give you a cup of something with steam. You nicely say no. He just shrugs and gives it to a goat. This is when you see the horses. Lots of them all tied up and not still. Rich people getting off their horses. In pretty coats and warm, fuzzy sleeves, you all of a sudden feel very much that you do not fit in, and also that your shoes have holes. The men at the big door give you a very long look. Before they wave for you to go in, you walk inside. The big room is so huge. Stone on the walls, wood sticks black from all the smoke, and big pictures that show everything from huge fights to good people with eyes that look odd. Fire lights are on the walls, making dancing dark shapes. The air in here is a thick mix of talking, happy sounds, and the sound of metal things. Now, here is where smart people like to disagree. Some will say these big rooms were very chilly, full of smoke, and bad to eat in. Others say that smart building and big fires made them cozy and nice. Most of all in very rich homes. The real story, it likely changed, depending on where you sat and the kind of person you were. You are led to a very long wood table, alright. A die getting full with people. Some have shiny rings on all their fingers, others just have mean faces. There is a people order here, but it is too hard to figure out very fast. You just try not to look in the eyes of the person next to you. Chewing on a big bird leg like it took his money. As you take your seat, you see that your chair is not steady. No back part, no soft seat. Your legs hit the bottom part, and on the other side, a rich lady is looking at you like you are part of the fun show. You give a smile, she does not. Someone hits a big stick on the floor. The room gets quiet right away. The leader of the big house comes in. He has helpers with him. And what might be a funny man, or just a very silly man wearing bells. The leader holds up his cup to say hello. He does not give a smile. You do not know if that is a bad sign, or just how his face looks. And that is when it all begins. The big dinner has not even started. But what will happen to you is already set. You are in a place you do not know. Not dressed well enough, and sitting somewhere between a bad fighting man and a rich person who is now asking what your family name is. A secret for you, you do not have one. The sound comes back little by little, like water coming in. First quiet talking, then louder talking. The sound of wood cups, the thud of big mugs on the wood, but you are still not moving. Holding your strange cup and trying to know if you should say cheers. Bow your head or just hide in the dark like a very shy wall picture. Tarabai 8/8/2025, 5:26 p.m. The leader takes his spot at the top of the room, on a real high-up stage. Of course, under a cloth roof with pictures of lions, grapes, and a bird. That looks a little too proud of itself. He does not talk a lot, just holds his cup up one more time and gives a little nod. That is the start of the party, it seems. Big jugs come in like soldiers. The first stuff put into your cup has a smell, like someone put bread in apples and then left it out for a long, long time. Mead, a sweet, thick, and surprisingly strong drink. You take a drink. Because all the other people do, and because you are very, very nervous. The taste is pretty good. Honey, strong stuff, and a flower smell. Then you let out a little cough, and the man next to you, in a hat that looks like it is from 3 different kinds of animals, hits your back so very hard. You almost put your face right on the table. This is your first old-time mistake. Drinking too fast, because here is a little thing they do not tell you in storybooks. Big dinners often began with drinking before, real hours of having wine. Mead or ale before the food was even close to the table. The reason? To feel calm, to talk a lot, to make silly choices with big results, and to begin to feel warm under your wool jacket, which you are now for sure doing. A second cup shows up, then a third. You begin to see that the helpers are all moving in a set way. They pour, they go away, they come back. One of them, a child not much taller than the table, is holding a jug, almost as big as his whole body. He stands right by you and just looks. No talking, just a little move of his brow. Is he not happy with you? You move your cup to him and get so much more that it pours out. Onto your new shirt, the child does not say sorry, he just keeps going. As you sit in the growing puddle of honey drink, you start to see things. For one thing, no one at all seems to be drinking water, not even one little bit. That is not just a mistake, it is a way to stay alive in old-time Europe. Water was very often not clean. Wine and ale with their strong stuff inside, and longer making time were much safer things to drink. Even little kids drank what was called small beer, which had just enough strong stuff to kill germs, but not enough to make an 8-year-old child want to start a fight in a bar. Of course, the mead you are now drinking down is not small. It is big. It is strong. It was probably made in a big wood tub that has not been washed. Since a great sickness, but it is working. You feel your arms relax, your mouth unclench. You even try to tell a funny story to the rich lady. On the other side, it is not funny. She blinks her eyes slowly, then looks away. To talk with a man who looks like he owns fields and maybe people. Then the sounds start. Little guitars, boxy fiddles, flutes, and drums start to play in a spot in the room. It is happy and quick, all fun little notes. And a foot-tapping beat, and it makes your own heart jump. One of the music men is playing a thing that looks like a mix of a fiddle and a tool for cutting cheese. He is smiling like a person who knows things you do not. The song shifts every so often, moving between happy drinking tunes and sad, slow songs that make your back feel funny. All of a sudden, there is a big yell from the leader's table. The first food is here. And the people all answer, not with nice hand claps, but with really loud yelling. They are hitting their tables. Someone throws a cup at the wall. The helpers show up in a long line, each one with a big plate full of meat. Real meat. Or what you hope is meat. A cooked swan, a baby pig with a red fruit in its mouth. What could be a badger? Something with feathers and very, very burnt. They walk right by you, and your tummy makes a sound like a hot dragon. This, at last, is what you are here for. This is the big dinner. Tarabai 8/8/2025, 5:26 p.m. But you do not get to have any, not right now. Here is the people order. You were not ready for. Where you sit means how important you are. The closer. To the leader, the better the food, the more quickly it comes, and the warmer it is. You are 4 whole tables away by the time a helper comes to you. He is holding what seems to be the last bits of the last bits, a leg of a thing. Cold with a funny light gray color. You take it still because acting like. You are too good to chew on strange meat is a nice thing you can no longer do. The taste is really not that bad. Salty, not soft, full of herbs, maybe from a sheep. Maybe from an owl. You chew with careful, happy feelings. Someone gives you. A bowl of sauce, thick, sort of green, with a smell that tells you this is a bad idea. You dip, you eat, you right away feel bad. It is full of garlic, sour stuff, and made with a thing that does not belong in nice food. Your mouth feels tricked. Your seat friend gives you more. You pretend to cough and give it back to him. That is when the big horn sounds, not like a pretend horn, a real horn. Someone has thought it is the right time for a cheer. A very big rich man stands, holds up a cup as big as a pail, and starts a long, long talk that has the words, "May your haters turn into frogs." Everyone says yay. You say yay too, a little bit late. Now let's give you a strange fact to think about. During some big dinners, people would have drinking games with rules so strange they needed a boss. Like the last one still up with a foot on the table, gets the cooked meat kind of rules. There is no game going on here yet, but you are now playing a very risky game. With your body and the strong stuff in your blood, one of the music men walks through the people, stopping at all the tables to get tips or news. When he gets to your table, he plays a little song just for you, something happy. Maybe a little mean, the table laughs, you give a smile, but in your head, you see that everyone here has for sure accepted the thought that the dinner is less about the food and more about your place, the show, and staying awake. And here is a point that smart people argue about. How long did these big dinners really go on? Some will say they lasted for many hours. Others say whole days. We're normal with friends coming, falling asleep, waking up, and eating more. Looking at how things are going here, you think you will be here for a long time. Your cup is filled up again. You do not know how many times. The fire in the big fireplace is burning very bright now, and the room's warmth is mixing with strong drink. And nerves to make something very unsafe. You can already feel that you are starting to wobble, and you have not even gotten to the part with the fish. You begin to see that getting through this big dinner is not just about what you eat or what you drink. It is about lasting with your body, your mind, and your tummy. The meat line is not over yet, but before the next lot of food shows up. You have to get through the hard part, called talking to rich people. A man on your left side tells you his 3 names and shakes your hand, which feels more like an old-time show of power. His rings dig into your skin. He asks you about your big house. You say something about a place far away, and hope that he does not ask for more details. He nods his head slowly, for sure thinking you are either hiding something or very poor, maybe both. That is when the horn blows again, louder this time and with some drums. The doors open up like something in a very big show on a stage, and a group of helpers march in holding a creature so very big. It needs 4 people to carry the plate. A cooked ox maybe, or a monster. Made from 3 other kinds of animals, it is covered in a shiny gold skin and smells like an old-time hot dream. Meat, spices, and not knowing what to do. One man is holding a big spoon the size of a tool for digging, ready to share. The people yell again. Somewhere a little child cries because he is so happy. Tarabai 8/8/2025, 5:26 p.m. Here is the secret. You are meant to act, acting like you are amazed. Is a normal part of the whole thing. You make your eyes big and you clap. Just a little bit late, hoping that no one sees. This is your first try. At the acting part of old-time eating, big dinners were not just for food. They were like special events, a show of how rich you are, how strong you are, and that you can get a swan filled with herbs and put in a pastry shell. Just to show the people near you who is the real boss, now as the ox, is being cut and given out table by table. You get a smell of your own problem. You are feeling very, very warm. The layers of scratchy wool and soft fur are working a little bit too well, and you are not the only one. On the other side, a young rich man's head is shining like a sweet ham. He wipes it with his shirt sleeve, shrugs, and keeps eating like a man with a goal. You move in your seat and see another thing. You are sitting on what could nicely be called a board, one piece of noisy, sharp wood on legs that are not even. No soft pillow, no back part, no comfort. This is not a real chair. It is a test of your body's strength every time you lean to the front. To get your cup, you might fall over into the person next to you. Not a good idea. But at an old-time dinner, where you sat was not just not comfy. It was a game of war. The nearer to the boss, the better the food. And the more power you had, the farther away you were, the less important you were. And you, dear time-traveling person, are somewhere close to the poor person's spot. On the list of people, the rich lady on the other side, she still has not smiled. But her friend, a skinny man with a mean smile and a strange beard, leans to the front and gives you a little bit of cooked something. You take it because saying no to food here might be seen as a bad thing. And you might be punished with slow people death. It tastes pretty good. Until he tells you it is a beaver's tail. He says it is a special food. You smile with a mouth full of bad feelings. Let's give you one fun fact from long ago. Old-time dinners often had animals. We would never think of as food today. Peacocks cooked in their own pretty feathers. Dolphins for leaders near the sea, and even little hedgehogs filled with herbs. Yes, you understood that right. Hedgehogs, the strange fact, at some big parties. Food makers would sew the skin and feathers of a bird back on the cooked meat. To make it look amazing, nothing says you are strong like eating a bird. That still looks like it could just fly off. A helper comes back to your table. With even more plates, food is coming in many waves now you cannot name. Half of the things, there is a bowl of something like jelly, a big bread. That might be mostly made of rock, and a salad made from sour weeds. You try the big bread, mostly because you need to, and find out it is not. Really a food, it is a trencher. This, by the way, is your next big mistake. Trenchers were the yummy, or sometimes not yummy plates of the old-time world. Usually a piece of hard bread, thick and not wet, used to catch juices. And hold up the messy meats. You were not always meant to eat them. Most of all if you were not very important. Many times, trenchers were taken after the meal and given to the poor people or animals, but hungry friends. Sometimes ate them anyway, which could bring them shame and a hurt jaw. You take a careful little bite. It has a taste like sadness. Tarabai 8/8/2025, 5:26 p.m. Around you, the big dinner gets to a louder, more messy part. Helpers run all around, moving away from arms and thrown away bones. A few of them have pails, one for leftover food, one for a thing. You really do not want to even think about. Music plays again. A group of dancers comes into the room and starts a round dance. That has scarves, hand claps, and lots of fast turning. The rich lady at last gives a smile, but just when one of the dancers bumps right into a wall. Somewhere in the back, someone gets sick. Not in a quiet way. No one does anything. It seems that is all normal. This is the time it really hits you. There is no slow pace here. You are either eating very fast or trying very hard not to breathe with your nose. The smell is like a fight. Cooked meats, warm bodies, wine, and the small smell of someone's nice scent that smells a lot like boiled flower petals in sour drink. You think about getting up to take a walk, but your legs are not steady. And your head is starting to feel all swimmy. Here is a smart people question. That keeps it all interesting. How clean were these big dinners really? Some say that rich people long ago were cleaner than we might think. Washing hands often, herbs to hide bad smells, helpers whose only job was to clean up the dirt. Others say no, it was a sickness just waiting to start. Looking at your own hands, which have touched food, wood, leather, and now a cup that is strangely wet, you are thinking the second idea is right. You see the man next to you cleaning his hands on the big tablecloth. Someone else is wiping his sharp tool with a bit of bread. Rules for forks. There are none. Forks are not even used much yet in a lot of places. Spoons are there, but mostly for soupy things. Sharp tools are your own, and mostly just for show. If you did not bring yours, which you did not, you have to use your own hands or ask to use the table's sharp tool, which feels more like a dare thaw. Then a nice offer, and here it comes. The time you knew was going to happen, someone bumps into you mid-drink. Mead spills all over your shirt sleeve and onto your lap. You let out a cry. A soldier nearby makes a noise and says a thing that means something like, "Weak person" in an old kind of French. You try to just smile, but now your legs are all wet, your hands are all sticky, and you are just halfway through the dinner. You thought this was going to be a fun, dreamlike meal, but here you are. All warm, a little bit silly, kind of insulted, and chewing cold meat. Off of a piece of very old bread, and the really bad part you still have. At least 10 more kinds of food to go. You lean back, looking through the firelight fog, your mead-wet sleeves. Stuck to your arms and your tummy making scary bubble sounds. It is the kind of not comfy feeling that would make you go home soon from a party today. But here you are just on food number 3, maybe 4. Hard to tell, since no one is really keeping track, and the food just keeps on coming. Like it is being brought in from a place where being careful is a very bad thing. You get ready for another round of meat, but now a helper puts down a wood plate with little moving things. Are those eels? They are. Swimming in a dark, oily soup and still moving a little bit. They look up at you with dead eyes that seem to say, "This is not even our last shape." You try your best not to feel sick. The man next to you, with happy feelings, pokes one with his sharp tool and eats it like it is long pasta. You do. What he does with a lot less sureness, swallowing fast and feeling bad. Right away, it is wet, dirty like metal, and a little spicy. You do not even know if it has been cooked, and just when you have the thought, well, at least that is done, another jug of mead is put into your cup by a hand. That does not even care if you are still awake. Tarabai 8/8/2025, 5:26 p.m. Here is a thing you really need to know. At this time in a big dinner, you are not just eating food, you are acting. Every single bite, every drink, every happy sound is part of your quiet people test. That is the reason. You are not able to stop drinking, even if your head now feels like it is. Full of soft fluff and bugs, your arms and legs are not working right. You are warm, no, hot, and your tight jacket is now stuck to your back. With a mix of sweat and spilled food sauce, the person on the other side of the table looks a little bit known, but their face is changing shape. Like a picture that was left outside, that is the mead. It is really working now. And here comes the fun show. The doors open up again, and the big room fills with a very high sound. Then after, the sound of big drums. In come dancing bears. Yes, real bears with collars on, led by men. With long whips and raw meat, the people all start to clap and yell, as if this is the most normal thing in the whole world. One of the big bears gets up on its back legs and starts to jump in a big circle. Another one sits on a small stool and acts like it is playing a drum with its paws. You are too silly and surprised to even have a thought other than aloud. What in the world that no one can hear over all the noise? This, by the way, is not a made-up story. Bears were a very liked kind of old-time fun show, most of all at big dinners for rich people, if it was. Not big bears, it was men who ate fire, men who threw swords, smart monkeys. Or funny men who told jokes that were almost mean enough to get in trouble for. The thought was very easy. Make your friends happy, keep them from thinking about the very scary lack of clean things, and be sure that being bored never had a chance to show up. You, sadly, are not feeling happy. You are scared, mostly because the big bear just looked right at you. And you are pretty sure that it does not like you at all, and talking about scary lack of clean things, someone just let out a big sneeze. Into the gravy, loud, wet, with no sorry, the what happened, a few happy sounds. And a helper who calmly takes the bowl and puts a new one there. You do not even want to know where that second bowl has been. You look around you and see that nobody is cleaning their hands, like not at all, for sure. There is a special bowl of flower water near the top table, but it is more there for show than for being clean. The lower tables, you are very lucky. If a person wipes their hands on their pants before they take a shared meat pie. Tarabai 8/8/2025, 5:26 p.m. Let us stop for a second to think about the old-time way with germs, which is to say that they did not know germs were a thing. Sickness was thought to be from bad air, body juices not being right, or a punishment from God. So, for sure, there is no worry at all about shared cups, shared bowls, or using the same sharp tool to cut meat, open notes, and sometimes do a quick tooth fix. If you had a hand cleaner from today, you would be seen like a magic man. Or maybe burned like a bee's. Add which, you are starting to feel a little bit woozy. It is not just the mead at this point. Your tummy has for sure started a big fight. There is a clear churning, a sign of something very, very bad. You move. In your seat, trying to get into a spot that does not make the feeling worse. No good, your only happy thought is that no one seems to be looking at you anymore. They are too busy seeing a small man in a shiny shirt throw fire sticks, while on a cart with one wheel that is pulled by a goose. You are not making that story up. You could not if you even tried. Another plate is put right by you. This one looks like a normal one. It is a pie, a shiny brown top with steam coming out of the top part. It smells like a thing that is kind of okay to eat. You try it, one bite in, and you see your big mistake. The inside is mostly organs, kidneys, liver, maybe a heart, maybe from more than one kind of animal. It is humble pie, but a less good food, sometimes used for rich people tables. When the boss wanted to be fun or act like he was not so proud, you are chewing on a joke and bad taste at the same time. Here is the strange fact of the night. The words eating humble pie, really, do come from this food, first called humble pie, made from the insides of deer, and given out cold. It was not always a bad thing, but it was not really. The best food either, and now you are choking it down with a big smile. Because a person next to you just asked you if you are liking the leader's nice gifts. You nod, you tell a lie, you might be dying. There is more music right now. Louder and faster. Dancers spin all around the room with long ribbons and scarves. Someone starts to stomp with the beat, and the whole big room joins them. The wood floor is shaking. The tables are rattling. You think about if this whole big place is safe. Then you remember it is from the 1300s. And rules for building are just a dream for the future. One of the dancers takes a rich man's hand and gets him to join the circle. The rich man, laughing, gets another. All of a sudden, you are being asked to join. No, thank you. You try to wave them to go away, but they see you're not wanting to as being shy. And playful, a hand holds yours, strong, sticky with some kind of sauce, and pulls you up to your feet. You fall into the circle with arms not working, feet moving like a baby deer just learning how to walk. The music gets louder. People yell. You try to move with the sound, but you have a tummy full of mead. Bread plates, organ pie, and eel soup. It is not going to have a good end. You spin 1 time, 2 times, and then almost run right into the goose cart. You stop yourself on a big wood tub. People laugh. Someone gives you 1 more drink. You say no, they do not listen. You drink it. This is how you live now. And just when you think the wildness is at its highest, the man who eats fire comes. Fire sticks, an open mouth, hot bits flying. He walks the whole room with smoke. Behind him like a star, your eyes hurt, your skin gets warm again, and then, just as a fire stick is eaten whole, a big wave of heat and hand claps fill the air. The people go wild. You fall back into your seat, very tired, silly, and really not sure if you are still in the real world or some kind of warm mead dream. You look around the table, bones, sauces, messed up bread plates, half-full cups. Happy sounds bouncing off the stone walls. Someone has passed out in the spot. Another friend is loudly talking to a wall picture, and you are just. Tarabai, 8/8/2025, 5:26 p.m. Halfway through the big dinner, and you are all slumped in your chair, which is still. Very not comfy, and now even more not steady, probably bent by the mead that spilled. On it all through the night, you move, and it makes a sound like an old boat. Around you, the big dinner keeps on going. People are hitting backs, laughing. Too much, talking loudly in another language. One rich man is trying very hard to keep a whole cooked bird on his head. Another is writing little poems. On the big piece of cheese, the sound is so loud, flutes yelling the sometimes. Roar of a bear helper trying to stop his dancing friend from hurting the music men. And over all of it, a new sound comes. Metal on wood, a helper walks by and just throws a sharp tool on your table. Not at a person, just on the table. Blade first, it stands up straight in the wood with a hard thud. You jump. No one else does anything. You look around, thinking someone will take it. And jump, but no, this is just a part of the feeling. It seems that sharp tools are also for eating, presents, herding, and little talks here. here is the strange thing. You did not have a sharp tool. In old-time Europe, most of all in the old days, friends brought their own things to eat with. It was seen as part of your own self. Like having pants on, the rich people had pretty sharp tools with shiny handles, and their own names on them. You were very lucky to have. The seller trade you for that little kitchen tool you had as a present, which funny enough is now probably hanging on a wall somewhere while you try to eat cooked pigeon with your hands. You try to get the table's sharp tool, a big, greasy, kind of scary blade, sitting near a pile of something that could be fish pudding, but the man next to you gives you a look. It is the kind of look that says, touch it and you die. So you pull back and keep on eating with your hands like a small child at a cookout. It is all messy, sticky, and really not nice, most of all when you try to get a bit of meat and it slides out of your hands like a wet animal. And that is when the sitting problem starts to fall apart, in words and for real. You see the man 2 seats away all of a sudden fall down with a yell. His bench broke. There is a quiet moment, then happy sounds, then hand claps. A helper runs in, puts a new board that is just a little less broken, and the dinner goes on. No one sees if he is okay. He is probably not. But again, this is an old-time dinner. And simple safety rules for work have not been thought of yet. Let's look more at the sitting plan, or the lack of one. The nearer you are to the leader's high table, the more important you are. You are many tables back near the far side of the room, which means you can be let go. From long ago, these spots were decided by money, family name, and how useful you were. If you were a no one, you got leftover food, sat in the cold air, and prayed no one saw your poor person tool or lack of one. But sometimes, putting 2 people who did not like each other together was a quiet show of power. Keep your haters close, maybe close enough to poke. That is the real reason. Big dinners were not safe. They were like fighting places with strong drink, sharp things, and many years of old fights. Some smart people say that big dinners were often where rich people's plans fell apart or started. Friendships were made over cups, and bad things were planned between foods. Your seat friend who just asked for your family name again with more and more doubt might be trying to see if you are a threat or just wants to take your things later. No matter what, you are not passing the test. Tarabai 8/8/2025, 5:26 p.m. And here the next food comes, held by a helper who looks both very tired and far away in his mind. It is a meat pie again, but this one is not the same. It is covered in a very thick layer of pastry with little tiny holes in the top. Steam comes out like it is trying to get away. The helper puts it down with a sound and goes on, for sure not caring if you live. You carefully cut into it with your borrowed spoon, showing something that is green, not veggie green, more of a sick, swampy. Do not eat that green. Everyone else starts to eat. So you make yourself take a bite. It is goose maybe, or pigeon, for sure some kind of bird, but the green that is source vert, a mix of herbs that was thought to be very fancy and probably made by a food maker who lost a bet. You chew not fast. Nodding like you know why it is so good. You do not. You just want your tummy. To not make that strange bubbling sound, here is a small fact for you. Some old-time pies were really big, fancy show pieces. There are stories of pies that, when you cut them, let out live birds, frogs, or even music men. Yes, people used food to make their friends jump, while your pie is, thankfully, not full of living things. It is for sure testing how brave you are. You look around and see another thing. The helpers are all watching, not just doing their jobs, but watching, seeing how much you eat if you say nice things about the food, how many times you get more wine. All of it is a sign. Rules for dinners were not just about how you act, they were about staying alive. One bad move could be seen as not being nice, being too proud, or even worse. Fighting back, you remember that strange time earlier when you said no to the sauce. That might have been mean to someone's great-great-grandma. At the same time, on the other side, a loud talk starts between two soldiers over if the main food had real saffron or just a yellow thing. The yelling gets louder. One of them throws his cup. The other takes out his sharp tool, not in a give-me-the-butter way, but in a let's-go-outside way. The room gets all quiet, waiting. A funny man steps in between them, making silly sounds and acting like he passed out. It works. The soldiers calm down. The music starts again. Everyone goes back to their sheep meat like it is just a Tuesday. Now, here is a question that pops up in smart books. Were these big dinners always so wild, or are the craziest ones just told about more in stories because they were the best tales? Some smart people say many were very neat events. Others point to stories from friends full of blood, sick and fire dessert mistakes. Tonight, you are thinking Team Wild is right. The leader of the big house at last talks again, holding up his cup and telling everyone to be quiet. He gives a cheer that is half nice words, half a threat, and for sure has something about, may our haters, wine turn to sour drink. Everyone yells. You yell too and knock your cup over when you do it. It falls off the table, makes a sound on the floor, and comes to a big stop near a pair of pretty shoes that for sure belong to a person much more important than you. Slowly, the rich man looks down and looks at the cup. Then he looks at you. You give a smile. He does not. This is it. Your first real people mistake of the night. You hurry to get the cup, say something that might be from another language, and go back into your seat, hoping the floor will just open up. Your seat friend laughs. You will not be asked to his hunting trip, he says with a little wink. You are not sure if he is just kidding. And the worst part, the next food is coming. Tarabai 8/8/2025, 5:26 p.m. Just when you start to think your tummy might feel better, you hear it. The slow, together clatter of plates being carried in again. It is like a metal heart sound bouncing down the stone room. You stop mid-worry as the helpers come in with what can only be called meat buildings. Pieces of cooked animals are put up into points, towers, and bridges. One food has cooked quail poked on sticks and put midair on top of what Might be a deer meat throne. Another high plate has a pig's head on top. Smiling with peeled back lips, its eyes now shiny black olives, and a little. Crown sitting funny on its head, someone in the back really claps, you are. Not sure if this is a meal or a meal show, but no matter what you are about. To be the not lucky person watching, the plate closest to you is full high. With cooked game, duck, bunny, pigeon, and they all look like they were. In a fire and a bad animal stuffing mistake, a helper drops a leg of a thing. On your wood plate with a wet sound, it moves a little bit, you look at it. It looks back at you. The man next to you starts to eat with joy, pulling meat from the bone with his teeth and making sounds you would normally hear. From lions on animal shows, this, as you might have seen, is the meat food. Or more right, another meat food. By old-time ways, this is still mid-dinner. And the point is not just to give people food, it is to make them feel amazed. How much, how many kinds, the big show. There's a very quiet rule that says, if you go away hungry, the boss is not strong, so the food keeps on coming. Even if you are already past the point of tummy problems. And here is a little bit of old-time info to think about, the normal high class. Old-time dinner could have over 20 kinds of food, 20, not 20 plates. 20 kinds of food, that is hundreds of single plates, many of which needed. Days of work in a kitchen with a team as big as a little town, and none of it. Not one little bite was kept cold, the line between a cooked special food and a sickness starter was very, very thin, which gets us to the thing now. On your plate, you smell it carefully. It is gamey and not in the nice, earthy taste way. It is like a person cooked a muskrat in a barn and put dried sadness on it. You take a careful bite. It is greasy, not soft, and strangely sweet. The sauce is dark and sticky and sticks to your hands. Like old-time sweet stuff, you swallow hard and wash it down with another. Drink of mead that now has a taste like sadness. The rich lady on the other. Side lifts one brow. Not what you like, she asks in the same way someone might say you did a bad thing. You smile not so strong and say something. About strong tastes. She nods and pokes another piece of meat with the skill of a doctor doing a mean thing. Let's add a strange fact while you feel better. In some places in Europe, rich men really ate animals that were gone or thought to be almost made up, either to show off or because a person in the kitchen made a very bad naming mistake. One written down dinner had cooked bustards. Big birds so not common, they were almost gone by the 1500s. There is even a not sure story about a person trying to cook a dodo at a party. So yes, the thing on your plate could, in theory, be a thing that history has since said sorry for. Tarabai 8/8/2025, 5:26 p.m. Around you, the feeling is getting to a fever high. Cups clink, bones hit. The floor, a man gets up to say a poem and right away falls down. A group of silly friends starts to say something in French that might be a drinking song. Or maybe a bad wish. The bear, bless its little heart, is sleeping loudly. In the spot, lying on what used to be a wine tub, the air is full of grease. Sweat and old-time perfume, a strong mix of flower water, cinnamon, and what might be sour drink with cloves. You look back at the leader's table. He looks bored, which is not safe. A bored boss can all of a sudden choose to make things more fun, and not with spices, with games or mean words, or shows that were not planned. ND for sure, he holds up his hand, and the music stops. A quietness moves through the room like a rock dropped in a small pond. Everyone looks up. Then, with no words, a helper brings out a cooked boar. Whole head still on, mouth full of something that looks a lot like a smaller animal. It is on a board with wheels and moved down the middle of the room. Like a parade thing, the skin is shiny, covered with honey and black pepper. And the smell is so strong, smoky, spicy, for sure wild. Guests line in. With big eyes, this is the main piece. A boar's head was not just food, it was a sign of being important. Hunting and cooking, a wild boar needed money, skill, and helpers who would get hurt for your meal. Some dinners even had full songs, just for the showing of the boar's head. And tonight, you are living that old way. Except you are also pretty sure the meat you are smelling has been out a bit. Too long, there is a sour smell under the spice, the start of something bad. But no one else seems to mind. The leader cuts the first piece himself and gives it to his friend. Soon pieces are being given out like holy things. You get a piece of the side. It is tough. It fights your teeth, but you chew still. 'Cause now everyone is looking again. You cannot not eat the main piece. That would be like spitting on a country's flag, or worse, saying bad things about someone's hunting dog. Then it hits you, not the meat, the thought. There is no way out. You are past the point of going back. You cannot go home. Soon, you cannot say no to food. You cannot even go to the corner for a quick, sick feeling without being seen. You are stuck in this mite-crazy show until the very last food, or until your body just stops working. You look at the window. It is very dark out. The night is just starting, and so are the hopes of everyone trying to move up in the world with goose paste and fake happy sounds. A talk breaks out at the far table. Someone says, "The boar is not cooked enough." Another says it is perfectly pink, just like the king wants it. The talk gets louder. Words are yelled. Someone takes out a dried sausage and uses it as a prop in his talk. This, it seems, is how food and people power mix. You act like you are very interested in your cup, while in your heads you think about ways to get out. There are none. And for those who are wondering, yes, this all fits with long ago, old time. Dinners were not all high class and soft little guitar music. They were warm, wild, long-lasting shows of food, power games, and tummy-hurting high wire acts. They were about too much, big shows, and testing the body limits of all. The people there, you sadly, are finding those limits the very hard way. Your cup is filled up again. You did not ask. You are not sure who did. The wine this time is darker, heavier, and smells like fruit that is trying to become sour drink. You drink it anyway and chew another bite of the boar. That has a taste like pine trees and deep worry. And as you sit there, woozy, and too full with nobles talking about old-time gravy, you have one very clear, very real thought: you are not going to make it to dessert. Tarabai 8/8/2025, 5:26 p.m. The pie comes with no sign, like a final hard fight at the end of a bad level. It is very big, a gold top rising like a hill in the springtime. The top has what looks like a family sign, or maybe just a sign of danger. A helper puts it in the middle of your table with a grunt and moves back like he has dropped a live animal, which, from everything you have eaten tonight, is a real worry. Steam comes from a cut in the top, and the smell gets to you, something mighty, and a little like metal, with a hint of old onions and feeling bad. Everyone lines in. You know now not to show you are not sure. You pick up your spoon, your shaky hands not really hiding the fear, and start to eat. The top is thick, heavy, and strangely sweet. Inside, there is a gray-brown mix that you cannot name. You poke a piece and lift it to your mouth, knowing this is either a big change or a death wish. You chew. It is meaty, salty, not soft, but it is. The taste after that kills you. Something sour, something not right, you swallow. Still, and then your seat friend leans in with a big smile and says, "Ah, you found the humble pie. Of course you have. Humble pie or umble pie, as it was first spelled, is not just a smart saying. It was a very real food. Made from the cut-up insides of a deer, heart, lungs, liver, and pretty much any other thing left after the rich people had the best parts, in the old ways. It was food for helpers and less important people. Tonight, though, someone has chosen to make it a party food. You smile nicely and choke down another bite, while acting like it is not actively uncooking all the other things in your tummy. Let's stop here for a fun word moment. The words eating humble pie come right from this food. Over time, how it was said changed, and the H was put in. As spelling got better and people did not remember the food's bad roots. Today, the words mean to swallow your pride. Back in the day, it meant to swallow real organs, maybe bad ones, and here you are doing both. You get your cup, and see it has been changed. The wine in it is lighter this time, almost pink, and smells very much like flowers, like a person put a bunch of flowers in sour drink. You drink it anyway. At this point, your mouth has a taste like bits of a battle. And anything that is kind of fresh is good. The wine bites back, but it cleans your tongue just enough to keep on going. Around you, what people think of the humble pie is mixed. The rich lady on the other side picks at it with care, her face showing nothing, but you cannot read it. The man next to you eats it like it is a special food. He burps out loud and says, "Nothing like a bit of insides to make the tummy feel better." Someone down the table coughs and quietly leaves. You have no idea where they have gone, but you wish you were them. Tarabai 8/8/2025, 5:26 p.m. And then, with no warning, the whole big room becomes quiet. A long line comes in from the far side. Another food, of course, but this one is like a show. It is being held by 6 helpers and is covered by a very big silver top. which already makes you worried. As they get to the leader's high table, a man steps out and loudly says, "See the pie of wonders." Then, with a big show, the top is taken off. A group of little birds flies out. Real birds, they fly up to the roof in a loud cloud of wings and feathers, and the people all start to laugh and yell. A few friends duck. Someone drops a cup. You just sit there, blinking, thinking if the mead has at last made you see things. But no, this is real. The pie had birds in it, live ones. It seems this is a kind of fun show. And yes, from long ago, this was a thing. Old-time food makers, most of all those working for the very rich or very bored, sometimes put live animals into pastry. Shells, birds, frogs, even squirrels. When the top was cut open, they would fly or jump out to the joy or fear of the friends. The birds were sometimes taken out and let go mid-baking, but not all the time. It is not clear how many pies were real shows and how many were strange mistakes with scared animals and half-cooked. Feathers, the pie of wonders, is changed with a real meat pie. Normal this time. Thank good heavens, but no one seems that hungry at all anymore. You pick at your plate, being careful not to dig too deep. Who knows what is hiding in there? You try to blend in again, chewing like a machine, while the room slowly goes back to its old loud sound. You are starting to feel the results of your choices. Your tummy is a pot of fighting things: wine, mead, eel, humble pie, strange bird, at least one kind of organ meat, and a spoonful of mint sauce you thought was jelly. Your head is wet. Your hands shake a little bit as you lift your cup. You can hear your own heart in your ears. At the next table over, a friend leans to the front and lets out a loud groan before putting his head on the frogs. No one does anything. He is for sure just taking a little break. It is accepted, maybe even what you expect. You look around. A few people are now slumped in their seats, heads nodding, hands loose. The big dinner has become a lasting test, and the hurt people are starting to add up. You try to focus. You try to think, but the fire sticks. On the wall, move harder, and the dark shapes seem to dance more than they did an hour ago. The music sounds a little bit strange. The little guitar player in the spot is either very, very good or actively fighting some inner bad thing with his music, and you have gotten to the point where getting up feels like a bad choice. A helper goes by with a plate of little finger food, cut up meat and dough with spices on it. They look not bad, tricky, even. You reach for one just as a person hits your hand. "Not for us," your neighbor says with a smile. Those go to the higher tables. Right, more class rules, even in this mead wet. Long run, the people divide is very clear. The rich get the first choice of food, the better drink, the hotter food, and now it seems the little meat things that do not smell like bad feelings. You pull back your hand and nod. You are learning not fast with pain. Let's add a quick smart people question. Was humble pie really given at rich people dinners? Or is that just a nice story we have made bigger? Over time, some smart people say that organ pies were for helpers and lower tables, while others say they were sometimes shown at big parties as a sign of sharing. The money, no matter what, tonight you have learned for yourself that being humble. It is not just a good thing, it is a choking risk. You lean back again, your chair, making a scary sound under you, your gut heavy with strange meats, and your tongue numb from wine of a kind you do not know. You are light-headed, maybe have a fever, and a little bit scared, and through the heat and the sound, you hear a person whisper in back of you, dessert is next. A cold feeling runs down your back. Tarabai, 8/8/2025, 5:26 p.m. You are not sure how many hours have gone by. Could be 2, could be 10. Time at an old-time dinner has no real meaning. It is counted not in minutes or hours, but in foods and the slow falling apart of your inside parts. Your tummy has become a boiling pot of honey drink, half-eaten game bird, and something that was for sure not pudding, but said it was, and now, as if called by your growing fear, dessert is here, but it does not come in like a nice ice cream or a pretty plate of cut-up fruit. No, dessert at an old-time dinner comes the way all the other things do, loudly, with a big show, and with the clear plan to hurt or amaze. The first thing that you see is a very big thing being rolled into the room. It is not clear if it is a pastry or a tool of war. It is tall, covered in sugar that makes a sound in the firelight like glass, and decorated with sweet flowers and what look like whole cooked dates. Poked on wood sticks, the friends yell, some hit the tables, one man cries. A helper steps out and starts to cut into the sugar monster with a little axe. That is not a funny story, an axe. The bits fall off like colored glass, showing a layer inside of heavy cake, dried fruits, and something kind of like jelly that makes a scary sound as it falls on the plate. A piece is given to you. You look at it like it is a bad magic thing, and really, it might be. Here is your first taste of old-time dessert. It is heavy, soaked in something strong. The feel is part cake, part bread, and part a hard dream. It has a taste of raisins, wine, and bad feelings. You chew not fast, and then you chew one more time. Because it does not break apart, it just stays. Here is a fun old-time fact. Old-time desserts were not sweet the way we know them today. Sugar was a not common and costly thing from far away, more like a medicine than a food. So, desserts were often made to taste with honey, dried fruit, wine sauces, or strange spice. Mixes that would make a baker from today cry. Cakes were more like heavy breads, and custards were sometimes not sweet, and do not even begin to talk about how many times a person thought saffron should be in really everything. You try another bite of your dessert brick, mostly because all the other people are looking. You are starting to see that staying alive here is not just with your body. It is like a show. Every move is being watched. Every bite you eat is a sign of being loyal, your place, or just if your tummy is still working. You nod. Make a nice sound that might be and almost choke on a clove the size of a big nut. Tarabai, 8/8/2025, 5:26 p.m. And then it gets even worse, because someone has put a bowl of spiced milk lumps In front of you, that is not a dessert. That is a mistake. It moves in a mean way. And smells like it has been through a 3-day soul-searching trip. You try. A spoonful. It is sour, slimy, and very much nutmeg flavored. The rich man next. To you gives a nod of being happy, for sure thinking you have started to like this. You nod back while quietly dying on the inside. Let's add a strange food gem here. One dessert that was in party records is called lech lombard, a kind of sweet. Meat jelly made with almond milk and pig fat, made thick and put into pretty shapes. It was the top of fancy things. You pray you are not eating that. But really, you might be. There is a small meaty taste to this pudding, you see. And that should never be true of a dessert. At the same time, a helper is walking through the room with sweet nuts, dates with cheese inside, and fruit in what looks like hard syrup. None of it seems at all like food. The fruit looks like a mummy. The cheese is sweating. A man in the back bites into something with so much force. You are pretty sure he broke a tooth. Then comes the sugar shape, really a tower. Made of shaped sugar paste, made to look like a castle with walls and little tiny yummy soldiers. It is rolled in as a main piece, not for eating, but for looking at, except that does not stop a person from breaking off a tower and putting it in his mouth. He chews. His jaw locks a little. He smiles through the hurting. You are given a piece of something that says it is a tart. You take it. The top is heavy. The inside is made of eggs, almond paste, and what might be pear. But it has been so very spiced and cooked so much that it tastes more like waxy cinnamon concrete. You chew and chew and chew. Your hands are starting to have a quiet fight. By this time, the sugar has gotten to your blood like a punch. Your head swims. Your tummy makes a sound like a big pot falling over. A wave of warmth goes over you, and for a scary second, you are sure you are going to pass out, not from being silly, but from dessert. And here is a smart people question to keep you busy. Were these desserts really liked by all the people? Or were they mostly just for a show? Some say the fancier foods were not eaten. Much just looked at and then thrown away. Others say they were eaten with the same wildness as the meat and wine. Looking around this room where a rich man is chewing on a hard fruit bunch like a raccoon with a prize, you think the second idea is right. Hunger here knows no limits or lines or kindness. You slump in your chair again, letting the sugar fog go over you. Your eyes close for a second, and you have a short dream of ice cream and cold boxes and food labels. Then you wake back up as someone drops a whole bowl of fig custard on your lap. It is warm, it is wet, it is sticky, and it smells like it has been alive at least one time. No one says sorry, you just nod, because in the list of dinner disasters, being covered in custard is a small thing. You are still alive, still in your seat, still not actively being sick, which, from the sounds you are hearing from the far side of the room, puts you in front of at least 3 other friends. And then, of course, they give more mead. Your cup is filled up by a helper who looks like she is trying not to laugh. You look at the gold liquid moving thickly in your cup. It smells sweeter now. you are pretty sure this one has spices you cannot name. Cardamom, clove, maybe pine needles, and bad feelings. You sip, you make a face. You drink it anyway, because dessert needs a last drink, or maybe a sleeping aid. You look around, the sugar shape has fallen. Someone is wearing part of it as a hat. A rich lady is rubbing fruit paste on her arms, maybe for her skin. The music men are fighting their way through a song that sounds like 3 different songs. Having a fight to the death, and you are still in it. You have no idea how. You are covered in custard, full of old-time spice cake, and kind of shaking. Tarabai, 8/8/2025, 5:26 p.m. From a mix of too much clove and fear, but you are up, you are breathing. And really, dessert is done. That should feel like a win, but in the old time world, the end of dessert does not mean the end of the dinner. It just means you have started the second part. You sit there slowly sticking to your bench, wet with custard, full beyond all sense, and somehow still holding a cup of mead that fills itself again every time you blink. You would think dessert would be the end line, the happy fall into a food sleep, maybe even a nice living. But no, in the old-time dinner, the end of dessert is less like the end words and more like a break between shows. Because now comes the part where the night goes fully off track. It starts not so bad, music louder than it was with a beat, a thudding sound under a rush of flutes and little guitars, with something that sounds a lot like a goat foot tapping on a tambourine. People start to get up from their seats, slowly at first, groaning like bodies brought back to life, holding their tummies, stretching their arms and legs, and then they start to dance. You try to stay in your seat, but someone takes your arm, someone bigger, sillier, and much more happy than you will ever be about old-time free-form dance. You are pulled up and into the mess. The middle of the room becomes a turning, stomping mess of bodies in all kinds of digestion states. There is no working together, no beat. It is part line dance, part seizure and part a bad spirit leaving. Your legs move, kind of. You jump. Once spin, fall, get up, spin again. A woman in a soft dress turns very close to your face. A man in a metal shirt yells something in Old English and almost hits your nose with an elbow. Someone throws a big mug through the air like a disc. It lands with a splash near the fire, making a dog run across the floor. And through all of it, the music men play like their lives are on the line, which from long ago they might be. Here is a real old-time fact. Some after-dinner dancing turned into what's smart people call carol or farandole. Basically, wild group dances that had no clear start or end. They could go on for hours, and no one really knew the rules. Which is smart since most people there were very, very silly, and in 40 pounds of wool and fancy thread. The line between dancing and public flailing was thin. Very thin. You try to keep going, but your tummy is actively starting a fight. Every step sends waves through your gut like you are walking with a bowl of jelly. Inside you, you wobble, you slow down, you stop. Your dance friend shrugs and turns away, taking a funny man by the foot and spinning him in circles like a bag of flour. You walk back to your bench, fall into it, and see your legs are shaking with no control. That is when you notice the smell. It is not strong at first, bad, sharp. A creeping, nose-hurting smell that seems to come from under the tables. You look around and see the answer is under your feet. Literally, bones, greasy cloth, crushed fruit, bits of bread used as notarial napkins, and at least one cut open. Eel this row. Home is a germ hazard. The floor is a wet swamp of dinner mess. You lift your foot and a piece of something sticks to it. You do not look. Tarabai 8/8/2025, 5:26 p.m. Let's talk about being clean or not being clean. One of the biggest new myths is that old-time people were all dirty. Not fully true. In rich people courts, they at least made an effort. Bowls of nice-smelling water were sometimes there. For hand washing between foods, herbs and flowers were put on the floors to hide bad smells, and still the truth was not good. Airflow not there, trash getting rid of not sure. Rules for being clean silly. You now know why so many sicknesses had names that sound like haunted hotels. On the other side of the table, someone leans over and starts hard dabbing at their armpits with a piece of cheesecloth. Another person uses a chicken leg to scratch their back, and someone else, no lie, is being sick into a metal cup while still tapping their foot with the music. No one does anything. You, though, are losing the fight against your gag feeling. You look to the high table and see the leader lying back like some Roman boss, watching the room with the happy distance of a man who knows he will not have to help clean any of this mess up. A helper whispers something in his ear. He nods. All of a sudden, a bell rings. The music is cut off. Everyone stops moving. The leader gets up, holds his cup high, and says something that sounds happy, but not clear. Whatever it is, it starts a new round of drink and maybe problems. Because now the very strong stuff is here. Helpers start going around with the new bottles, long-necked bottles, strangely shaped jugs, flasks with wax tops. The air gets a sweet, strong smell. You are given a clay cup with a deep red liquid. You smell it. It smells like herbs and wine and maybe something like medicine or poison or both. Your neighbor holds his cup up and clinks yours. Hippocrates. He says, smiling like a man who has seen a lot of things. Oh yes, Hippocrates. A spiced wine made by putting red wine with sugar, cinnamon, ginger, and other warm spices. It was thought to help with digestion, wake up the body, and fix the bad things of eating too much. In real life, it is old time. Mulled wine with a lot of power. You take a sip. It is strong like syrup and makes your throat burn in a nice way. For a very short time, you feel much better. Stronger, maybe even like you cannot die. That is the not safe part, because now the room starts to lean, not for real, but in how you see it. The walls feel closer, the fire's brighter. The music starts again, even more wild than it was. A man yells to the bones when everyone starts throwing chicken parts at a nearby wall picture. Someone lights a thing on fire. The funny man is throwing Apples and sharp tools. You are sweating through your shirt and blinking fast. Trying to keep up, this is the after-dessert wildness, the old way of partying. Past the point of fun, it is no longer about the food or the drinks, it is about the big show. The court's people tension has melted into wildness. Friendships are being made over shared desserts, old fights coming back from spilled gravy. One soldier slams his cup down and says another cheated at last year's arrow contest. A fight might be coming, and you are sitting in the splash spot. Let's add a strange, old-time rumor. Some dinners supposedly ended with pretend fights with soft weapons. Or pig bladder clubs, if that really happened or was just writers having fun. With words is not clear, but looking at the man now fencing with a leg of lamb, there is at least some reason for it. You lean back, dizzy, your shirt damp. Your boots wet through, your tummy loudly sloshing. You have lived through roasted. Peacock, fire-breathing fun shows, meat pies full of secrets, and a clove as big as a chestnut. And now, as the dinner rushes past all sense, you see something chilling. This could still go on for many hours. Tarabai, 8/8/2025, 5:26 p.m. The dinner has gone into what can only be called its wild time. The rules, if there were any to start with, have fully melted into a smell-filled fog. The room no longer feels like a spot where food is given. It feels like a battle place. A bar and a crazy house put together with greasy cloth and bird bones. You, still up somehow, are holding onto the last bits of your good feelings, while the people around you turn into a party of rich people chaos. A plate flies across the room. You do not even jump anymore. It misses the funny man, who is now for some reason wearing half a cooked duck on his head and throwing apple cores into an open window. One of the rich ladies is on a bench saying what might be a poem or an old family bad wish while holding a candle in each hand. The wax drips down onto her hair. No one tries to make her stop, and then someone lets out a sneeze. It is not just a little achoo. It is a loud boom. A full body, face first blast from a soldier sitting 2 tables from you. His sneeze sends a clear spray across the table, covering a bowl of nuts. And at least one not lucky helper. There is no sorry. He sniffs, wipes his nose. On his sleeve, your sleeve really, as he turns and keeps on eating. You make a small choking sound and move away, but the problem is done. You are wearing snaise sauce. Let's stop for a moment to talk about being clean, or more right, the sad lack of it. The old-time dinner was not really known for its shiny, clean state. While it is true that some rich people did have bowls of nice-smelling water, or cloth towels for washing their hands, those were more for show than for use. Most people ate with their hands, shared cups dipped into shared bowls, and wiped their hands on the table, their clothes, or if you were very not lucky, the closest friend. That is you, by the way. You are the human napkin. The table in front of you is a scary show. Bones, wet bread plates, hard sauces, and the last bits of something like jelly that no one ate and no one dared to move. A spoon is under a gravy lake. Someone dropped a whole quail before, and now it is just sitting on the floor under your bench, looking up at you with one black I like it is planning a bad thing. You have also accepted the smell of the room. It is not just food, it is people, but people who have not washed since the start of a holy time, covered in sweat, perfume, wine, ale, fur, and the spirits of eels. Past, the leaders and ladies wear heavy clothes, soft cloth, wool, fur, all good. For keeping body heat in, and worse for keeping body smell in. You are not better. You smell like fear, mead, and humble pie. Even your own fingernails feel greasy. Your tongue has a coat of something that will not leave. You tried to clean it with a bread top before, but it just made it worse. Tarabai 8/8/2025, 5:26 p.m. One of the music men walks by, playing one string on his little guitar with a drum. Stick, his face is empty. He is no longer playing for cash or claps. He is playing because he has to, because if he stops, the dinner might fall in on itself like a flan in a box. You hold your cup to him. He nods slowly and keeps walking. His song wobbling like the last sound of a dying bird. You reach for your cup. Again, you do not even know what is inside it anymore. Mead, wine, air, it has changed its color at least 2 times. You drink it anyway because your body is thirsty and all mixed up, and you cannot know if you are hot from a sickness or just baking in your own fear. The drink burns a little bit as it goes down. That might be a good sign or a very, very bad one. At the next table over, a talk starts. The topic, which sauce goes best with swan, gets loud very fast. A man in a jacket with silver thread says it is almond cream. A woman with hair like a weapon says it must be cinnamon and cloves. Someone slams a chicken bone on the table to get quiet. You think there will be a smart talk. Instead, the silver thread man throws a handful of cherries at the cinnamon side, and they fight back by turning a bowl of cooked plums onto his lap. It is messy. It is sticky. It smells so good. Here is a fun fact in the old-time mind. Sauces were not just for taste, they were for place. The more things in it, the more far away the spices, the higher your place. The leader might talk about a sauce with ginger, cinnamon, saffron, and sugar, things brought from the far parts of the known world, giving them showed power, knowing how to use them. Showed class, not liking them. That could get you called not smart or worse. French, you meanwhile, have no thoughts on sauces. You are too busy trying not to be sick into your cup. Your tummy has gotten to a very bad state. It is like an old-time soup pot, full, bubbling, and about to blow up at any time. Every burp feels like it might be the start of something very bad. And then someone hits your back hard. You jump to the front, your face almost in a bowl of what could be spiced lentils. Still breathing, friend, a voice slurs in your ear. You turn to see a man with a nose like a bent carrot and a double chin that moves with every laugh. He puts a big mug in your hand. Try this. Strongest in the county, made from plums and madness. You lift it to your mouth. You are too tired to say no. The first sip sends a jolt through your whole body. It is sour, strong. and has a taste kind of like candle wax and burnt apricot. Your eyes get wet, your mouth puckers, your tongue tries to get out of your head. "Good, yes," he asks. You nod, "Not so strong." He yells with joy and walks away. You are not okay. Let's get into one more smart people question. Were dinners this crazy all the time? Or is this just what went on in the richest courts? Some smart people say the Wilder stories were not normal, stories made bigger by writers or show writers, but others point to the same themes of too much. Being silly and general food lawlessness, looking at the rich man now trying to throw cup S with one hand and hit his helper with the other. This place is leaning full disaster way, and through all of it you last, grease covered. Sweat wet soul hurt, you are running on feelings now. Fight, flight, or burp. That is where you are. Your body is tired. Your brain is soup, the back of your throat has a taste of cloves and guilt. You want to lie down, but your bench wobbles when you breathe too hard. Someone starts to sing again. The funny man has lost most of his bells. The bear helper is sleeping. You look down at your lap and see a fig has somehow gotten there and started to melt from heat and shame. And still, they bring more food. Tarabai 8/8/2025 5:31 p.m. You are at the point where your soul might leave your body just to get away from what is happening to your tummy system. You have lost all track of time, foods, and if your shirt has always been this color, or if it is now just forever stained by old-time food crime. Your back hurts, your knees click when you move. And there is something sticky in your hair that smells a little of overripe pears and pain. But none of that is like what is happening at your table now, which has become a free-for-all of cutlery confusion and truly scary hygiene. You reach for what you hope is a clean spoon and find only choices that look like they have been used to dig a little ditch someone down the table is using. Two sharp tools to eat, a move that says both sure of himself and not caring about their gums, another friend for sure on their sixth cup of something. That Burns is drinking soup right from the bowl like a cat. On the other side, a woman in rich furs casually licks gravy from her hands before she takes a share. Bread loaf, you shudder. You may never eat food again. Let's talk about the old time way with cutlery or not having it. Forks, as you probably know, were still strange in much of Europe for many years. They were seen as too fancy, girlish, or just not needed. Real eaters, man-like eaters, used sharp tools in their hands. In some groups, the fork was even seen as like the devil, because what else has two prongs and helps people sin by liking their food too much. So you are left trying to eat a wet cooked pear with a dull spoon that someone else used before for gravy. You try your hands, but the pear blows up like a soft water balloon spraying your lap on your neighbor, who thankfully does not see, because he is busy fighting a cooked duck leg into his mouth like it is the last thing he will ever do. You wipe your hands on what is left of your good feelings and look into the distance. The tablecloth, if you can even call it that now, looks like a bad place. Wine rings, burned spots all over bones. A cup has fallen. and wet one whole corner in something pink and like syrup, which has stuck some. Bits of bread to the top like some kind of food art. At the far end, someone is putting chicken skins into a little point and trying to light it with fire. From a torch, a helper walks by, looks at it, and keeps on walking. You turn. You're focused to your own little circle of wildness. The table is full, elbow to elbow. Everyone's arms are greasy. Everyone's voice is too loud. You try to keep your small personal space, but it is not possible. Someone sneezes again, this time not even acting like they are covering it. A bit of pheasant comes out of his mouth and lands near your cup. You look at it for too long. It might haunt your dreams. Tarabai 8/8/2025 5:31 p.m. Here is a dark but true old-time fact. The idea of personal clean ways at the table was very different from ours. Sure, friends were often given wet cloths or finger bowls, but what those bowls did not have was germ-killing soap or any real idea of being clean. Most people wiped their mouths with the back of their hands, their sleeves, or the tablecloth, sometimes mid-talk, if someone had to pick their teeth, they did it out in the open with a sharp tool, or if they were fancy, a personal toothpick made of bone or silver. You saw one rich man. Before flossing with a feather, your hands are now so wet you could probably win a wrestling game with an eel. Your spoon is gone, either taken or stuck to the bottom of someone's bread plate. You look down and see your sleeves are fully wet through with a mix of soup, syrup, and something you cannot name, but is a little green. You are pretty sure if you squeeze them, you could give flavor to a whole big pot of stew. A new plate is put in front of you. Something soft, white, and kind of cheesy. You poke it. It wobbles. It smells sweet and sour. At the same time, like a person tried to make a dessert from old socks. You choose to not eat it. Your tummy says thank you. Next to you, two friends start to talk loudly about who had the better sharp tool. One says his blade was made in a far place. The other says his was blessed by a holy man. They both look like they were made in the same dirty forge behind the local bar. The leader at the high table feeling the growing worry, signals to the music men to play louder. They do, starting a wild tune that sounds like a chicken chase put to a war song. The sound does not help, it just adds to the crazy. Now you are being asked to share a plate with a person you have never seen who is openly chewing with his mouth wide open. Bits of duck fly every time he talks. You lean away, he leans closer. He is telling a story about how he one time saw a bear fight a holy man over a piece of bread. You want to ask more questions, but you are too busy trying to stay out of his splatter zone. And here is your fun old-time side note. In many parts of old-time Europe, sharing food and cutlery was not just normal, it was wanted. Sharing meant friendship, brotherhood, even talking things out. In some dinners, two friends would be given a single cup to pass between them or a bowl to eat from one by one. In thought, it was nice. In real life, it was a fast way to sickness, strange feelings, and strong body. Trauma, you cannot do it anymore. You get up, wobble, really, and try to leave. The table, you just want to wash your hands or put them in sand or hide them in snow. But before you can take 2 steps, a helper shows up and puts down another bowl. In your spot, it is water, not hot, with flower petals, a wash bowl affix. You put your hands in. It helps for about 4 seconds. Then you see someone else. Used it before you. There is a small bit of meat floating near your wrist and a piece of hair stuck to the top. You take your hands out slowly, like a child touching a dead thing, and dry them on your already ruined shirt on the other side of the room. Someone is laughing so hard they fall back off their bench. A helper runs over. Not to help, but to get the fallen cup before it rolls under the high table. The man lies on the floor, giggling, covered in pudding. Another day in paradise. You go back to your seat because there is no other place to go. You are back in it. Sticky, dazed, and without cutlery. Someone gives you a sharp tool and you take it. Without thinking, even though it looks like it was last used to carve a saddle. You hold it like a good luck charm. You are not eating anymore. You are surviving. One bite at a time, one spill at a time, one very not clean moment at a time. Tarabai 8/8/2025 5:31 p.m. You sit there holding your shared sharp tool like it is a safety line. The wood. Handle wet with something you hope is just gravy. The world around you has for. Sure given up to crazy. The tables become a war place of smeared sauces and silly. Words and your other friends now look like the end of a battle more than a dinner. Party, there is a man sleeping with his face in a puddle of cooked prunes 2 seats. Away, and his snores go eerily with the bagpipes crying from the corner. No one seems to mind, least of all the man next to you who is trying to put butter on. A piece of cooked lamb with his thumb. You look at your own plate, now covered with bits of foods from long ago. Bits of fish, boiled grains, roots you cannot name. There is a blob of something like jelly you never said yes to and do not remember being given. You poke it with the sharp tool. It shakes. You push the plate a little bit farther away, just in case. Let's stop for a moment to think about a truth that is becoming very clear. Eating in old-time days was not just about food. It was about shows, people order, survival feelings, and the gentle art of acting like you were not slowly being hurt by your own wanting to know. And no place is that more clear than in the cutlery problem. Here you are still, trying to cut something soft with a blade better for sword fights. At the same time, on the other side, a well-dressed rich man is using his sharp tool as a pointer, while he tells a woman about the right way to cut a goose leg. In this world, a sharp tool is not just for eating. It is a personal sign, sharp, pretty, and often used to tell the table that you are important enough to own something. That can both cut a pear and make a people power statement. Some of these sharp tools are really scary, longer than your arm, with prayers or family words on them, shining like they have been polished with stolen sun, and you, of course, are holding a rusted piece of metal that would be said no to by a street rat. You try to eat a piece of cold duck. The skin has become like rubber, the fat Covers your tongue. You swallow hard and right away feel bad. You reach for your cup, now full of something new, something dark, sour, and strangely smoky. It has a taste like burnt plums and worry. You drink it anyway. It is either that or choke on duck bits. At the high table, the boss lets out a deep, showy sigh. He gets up again, cup held high in what is probably his 7th cheer of the night. This one, from the sound, is about being loyal or boar hunting. Or maybe it is just a showy reading of his shopping list. No matter what, everyone holds there. Cups up and yells, and the sound bounces like a wave hitting the room. You hold. Yours up too, from fear and habit. Then, with no warning at all, a man on the other side slams his cup down and says, "I one time saw a heron given in full flight." The room gets quiet. He smiles with a few key teeth gone and spreads his arms to show. Another rich man scoffs and fights back with a story about a fish so long it had to be wrapped around a table 3 times before being eaten. People nod. Someone says a flying pie. Everyone agrees that was a good one. It becomes clear that you have walked into the bragging hour, a quiet aftermeal old way where rich people fight to be better than each other with stories of big foods, amazing dinners, and very not real meals that may or may not have really happened. Some smart people think these brags were a kind of people jousting, quiet ways to show wealth, taste, and friends. Others think it was just what happened when you gave rich people too much wine and not enough planned talk. Tarabai 8/8/2025 5:31 p.m. You are now being asked to share your most amazing dinner story. You blink. Everyone is looking at you. This is it, your time. You could tell a lie. You should tell a lie, but you are too silly, too tired, and your tummy feels like it is trying to tie itself in a bow. So you say something about a Thanksgiving turkey with marshmallows on sweet potatoes. Quiet, a few mixed up looks. One rich man leans forward and says, "What is a marshmallow?" You shrug. It is soft. Sweet, burns well. A few quiet sounds. One man says, "Witchcraft." Another nods, like he knows, and says, "We used to have a thing like that. Turned out to be lard and sheep's teeth." They accept your story, mostly because no one has the energy to ask you more. You go back to your meal, or what is left of it, and try not to look at the shared salt bowl, which now has at least 2 fingernails and what looks like a bug doing its best to get out. You choose you no longer need salt. In your life, next to you, a small problem starts. Someone's sharp tool is gone. Mean words fly. One man points at another. Voices get louder. The table rattles. Sharp tools, you see, are a big deal. They are often family things, gifts of honor, or signs of being on a team. Losing one or being told you took one is like saying someone did a bad thing to the king. You by instinct check your belt, even though your sharp tool is so not worth much. No one would take it unless they thought it was a chew toy. A helper comes to the table holding the lost sharp tool like it is a bad magic thing. Turns out it slid off the table and got stuck in a bread loaf. Everyone laughs a little too loud. The worry breaks, but you now know how Easily things can go wrong. This is not just a dinner. This is a high-risk show. Of trust, place, and weaponized rules. And here is your smart people question for the night. Did old-time friends really walk around with their own sharp tools all the time? Or was this more of a late time show? Some smart people say that by the 1400s, most people brought a personal sharp tool for every event, including meals. Others say the richer friends had shared tools given by the boss, based on your current table, where a man is now cleaning his blade with a chicken thigh, the personal sharp tool. Idea is winning. You lean back in your seat, if it can even be called that now. It creaks with a bad sound. Your tummy shifts again. You see the bench under. You is leaning a little, as if one of the legs has stopped and is getting ready to quit. You choose to stay very still. Another plate is put before you, something white, creamy, and cold. Maybe cheese, maybe bad custard. You do not touch it. You are past that point now. You are for sure full of food, full of regret, full of sounds that should never be coming from your body. The noise around you goes on, laughter, brags, slurred songs. A rich man challenges another to a poem. Fight, someone howls at the bear. Someone else falls under the table and does not come back. It is getting late, but the dinner is not over. Not even close. Tarabai 8/8/2025 5:31 p.m. Your body is starting to trick you in small but clear ways. Your fingers feel numb, your jaw hurts from too much, often not needed, chewing, and your tummy. Well, your tummy gave up hours ago. It is not so much digesting as it is brewing. Brewing something old, magic-like, and maybe explosive. You have reached that not safe point where you no longer trust a burp. Every small move of your body is planned, smart, careful, and yet they have just put another dish in front of you. You look at it, it looks back, it is meat. For sure, at least you think it is meat. It has the normal shape of something that one time had legs, but it has been cooked to a feel somewhere between leather and pudding. There is a thin, sweet coat over it that catches the fire light in a way that makes you not comfy, and it is decorated with what look like sweet walnuts and flowers. You poke it with your sharp tool. It gives a little shake. A bit of steam comes out and smells a little of clove. And fish, that is your first sign. You look around, hoping for help, the rich man. Next to you is already halfway through his piece, tearing into it like a man who has found his second wind. Another friend pokes a piece with a sharp tool, smells it and yells, "Swan, I bet," to no one at all. The woman on the other side rolls her eyes and says, "It is probably hedgehog again." That gets your focus. Now a quick old-time detour. Yes, hedgehog was eaten in old-time Europe. In fact, almost anything that moved was okay to eat at one time or another. Old time. Cookbooks are full of recipes for animals we would today call cute or in danger. Badgers, beavers, puffins, porpoises, anything that could be caught, cooked, and made into a people power move was okay to eat. And swan, oh, swan was top. Fancy for rich people, costly to make, and often dressed in its own feathers. After cooking to make friends happy with the idea that it had just died mid-walk, you are now very aware that you might be about to eat a kind that is not here. Anymore, you cut into the meat and find a feel that words cannot tell, fibrous and wet like something taken from the bottom of a pond and dried with a whisper. You chew, it is earthy, gamey, a little sour. For sure not chicken, could be swan. Could also be peacock or a thing you are just seeing. You swallow slowly and choose. Not to ask more questions, the problem is not just what you are eating, it is how. Much of it, this is food. What, 11, 15, who knows, you have stopped. Counting, you lost count somewhere between the sugared fish pies and the fire. Custard that no one remembers asking for. You feel like a snake that's swallowed. A goat, every breath is a risk. Every bite is a talk between your want to fit in. And your body's growing want to throw you out. To your left, a helper walks by. With a serving plate of what looks like meatballs, he offers you one, you shake. Your head, he shrugs and goes on. You watch as a friend dips theirs into a green sauce and bites it clean in half. Definitely dormouse, he says happily. You nod. Then right away feel bad for even being part of the talk. Tarabai 8/8/2025 5:31 p.m. Here is a fun old-time note. Stuffed dormice were at one point seen as special foods. Most of all among the Romans, but the old way stayed in some parts of Europe. Well into the old-time period, the recipe often had stuffing them with nuts, herbs, and spices, then cooking or boiling them whole. Sometimes they were even given inside their own little cages for extra show, because nothing says rich like giving. Your friend's a cooked rodent in a silver glass box. Back at your table, someone has started passing around a cooked foot. You do not ask whose. It has been coated and decorated with parsley, as if that makes the horror less. A young helper chews on it with wild-eyed joy. You turn your head just in time to see your own bench move again under you. That is when you see something new and very bad. There is a rumbling, not just inside you, though that is very real and deeply worrying. But around the table, people are groaning, standing, wobbling. A few are swaying. Like silly people on a ship deck during a storm, you hear bits of whispered words. That goose was raw. The fish had bones. My pie moved. A man gets up and then right away sits back down with scary speed. Another walks in a straight line until he bumps into a wall picture and slides to the floor. No one helps him. No one has the strength. Even the music men are playing slower now, their songs wandering. And sad key like a sad song for good feelings. The air smells different too. Thicker, more wet. It is part torch smoke, part meat grease, part people in full collapse. Someone opens a window. A breeze comes in and shows just how not fresh and heavy the room has become. It is the kind of feeling where mushrooms could start growing on bread and no one would see for a few hours. You shift again and feel your tummy fight. Not hard, not yet, but with a deep old warning, like a wolf growling in the dark before the run. You hold your cup with shaking hands and take another sip of what you no longer know. The taste is a little like medicine, which might be a good thing or might mean someone started. Putting bitters in the wine to stop people from falling over. On the other side, a scholar type is saying something about humors. Too much black bile, he says. Too much heat. This is why we must blade the meat before serving. He is not heard. He keeps talking. At last, he falls asleep mid-word with his face in a bowl of gravy. This right here is the turning point, the moment an old-time dinner shows its last. Form not fancy, not grand, but food Russian roulette. You might make it through. The night with just a case of tummy ache, or you might be remembered as the friend who blew up after the cooked hare. No one knows that is the fun, and here is the smart people divide. Some say that food safety at these dinners was better than. We think that old cooks knew how to find bad food. That spice was not used to cover rot, but to show off. Others say no. It was a miracle anyone lived through the meat course, let alone the third helping of pigeon jelly. Your vote firmly. In the miracle group, a plate of sausages comes. You do not look at it, you just whisper no under your breath and hope the dinner gods let you off this round. A kind helper sees your face and goes on without a word. You lean back, tired. Your face is pale, your body is full and buzzing. Your chair creaks, you look into the fire and ask yourself a question no one wants to ask at a party. What animal did I just eat? Tarabai 8/8/2025 5:31 p.m. At this point, food is no longer your hater. It is your captor. You are not eating anymore. You are being held by a series of more and more strange dishes. And the group people agreement that no one is able to leave until they have had a second helping of something that might be elk tongue in rose water. Your tummy is not even trying to digest anymore. It is just keeping things in a mixed-up pile while sending urgent words to your brain like, are we under attack? And please stop, we are full of bad feelings and organ meats. And now comes dessert. Again, not dessert. Dessert like before when things were on fire and covered in hard sugar armor. This is the strange old-time version of a last drink. Puddings, jellies, and thick custards that seem to show up not asked for at your table. Put down with a wet thud by helpers who have long ago stopped looking at you. One of them drops a metal dish in front of you. It jiggles with a bad sound. The smell is sweet at first, then not sweet at all. Something like boiled milk. Left out in the sun, you look at the lump. It might be custard, might be a meat. Jelly might be a bet. A rich man nearby leans in with a silly grin and says, "Try it, the cook says it's new." The words, "it is new," should never be said about something this colorless and wobbling, but you smile because you do not want to make the cook mad, or the man whose shirt is held with gold thread. And maybe anger. You scoop a bit with your spoon. It hardly holds its shape and slides into your mouth. It is cold. That is the best thing you can say about it. The feel is like wet leather. It has a taste of clove, mace, and something meaty that your brain will not name. You chew because it is expected, then swallow because you want this moment to be over. The aftertaste stays on your tongue like a wet blanket with nutmeg. The rich man laughs, hits you on the back, and starts to eat himself. Acquired taste, he says. You nod because suffered. Through is probably not a good answer. Let's stop here for a moment to talk about one of the most mixed up parts of the old-time dinner, pudding. The word meant something totally different in this time. Today it makes you think of soft, sweet, comfy food. Back then it was more like a food dare. Old-time puddings could be sweet, sure, but they were just as often not sweet, spicy, or full of cut-up meats and organs. Blood pudding, liver. Pudding stuffed insides mixed with raisins, if it could be mashed and steamed. In a case, someone called it pudding, and someone else clapped nicely after eating. The pudding in front of you may or may not have pork. There is a wet shine on top that is for sure fat, and the feel is heavy. Not crumbly, not creamy. Just not giving in. You push it to the side and act like you are full. That is a lie. You passed full 3 foods ago. What you are now is here in body and gone in spirit. Then, like a hot dream, something comes to the table that really looks good. It is a tart, a real tart, gold and shiny, filled with what looks like pears, figs, or maybe dates in spiced wine. You feel a little better, smells good. Sweet known, it might not kill you. You reach for a piece, carefully knowing that trust is a not safe thing here, and take a bite. It is so good, for a moment. Just a little bit of human joy. You remember what fun feels like. The pastry is crisp, the inside warm and rich. You taste cinnamon, clove, and real fruit. Your arms relax a little. You chew not fast, enjoying the one food of the night. That does not taste like it has been aged in a leather bag. Someone next to you smiles, you smile back. The music man plays something soft. It almost feels normal. Tarabai 8/8/2025 5:31 p.m. And then you hear the sound, a thud, then a gasp, then another thud. You turn and see a man 2 tables over fall onto the floor. He is not moving. Another friend gets up and takes 1 step before being very sick into his own cup. A quietness falls on the room, short and tense. Then someone says, too much. Pudding, and everyone laughs. Nervous, not real laughter, the kind that knows death but still wants to keep the party going. Now, let's make a myth clear. Here was no such thing as a vomitorium in the old-time period. That is an old Roman building term, not a special puking spot, but people did throw up during these dinners often, sometimes quietly into cloths, sometimes bigly under the table, and sometimes out the closest window. It was not just how much food. It was the quality or not having it. Bad meat, boiled milk, strange spices, with tummy side effects. All of it mixed together and washed down with alcohol. That could also be used as paint remover. You are now watching what seems to be the slow, rich collapse of a nearby soldier. He is holding the edge of the table. With white hands, eyes wide, lips tight, as if holding back a flood of inside betrayal. His helper pats his back softly. A helper offers a bowl. The soldier says no with a dignity that is about to get him in trouble. Someone whispers that it was the eel pie. You rethink your life choices. Your own tummy churns. Again, you press your hand against it like you are trying to talk to it. Not yet. You whisper under your breath, just hold on. You start breathing through your mouth, not to stay away from the smell, which is a lost cause, but to trick your body into thinking it is already getting air. It does not help. You reach for a cup of wine. It is warm, sour. Not the good kind of sour, more the left. On the windowsill, since Easter kind. You drink it anyway. Maybe it will knock you out. On the other side of the room, another rich man starts to sing along. Slow, sad song that might be about love or digestion, or the fall of a pharaoh. Kingdom, his voice breaks halfway through the third part, and he sits down with no fight left. The crowd claps nicely. Someone slumps with his face in a bread plate. A dog licks his ear, and you are still sitting up barely, one eye twitching, 1 foot asleep. A lump of strange pudding getting hard on your plate. Like it is waiting to hatch. You have eaten things tonight that would make new. Health watchers weep. Your body is tired. Your mind is breaking. Your tongue still has a taste of cloves. And your jaw is stuck a little bit open because chewing has become a trick of trust. But you have made it through dessert again. You are not proud, you are not well, but you are still here for now. You are still in your seat, really slouched, sliding, eyes half closed, one elbow on the edge of the sticky table. Like it is the only thing keeping you in this world. You have lived through the foods, the sauces, the puddings, and even the sad moment where a helper tried to give you what was boiled sheep's tongue in a cinnamon glaze. You waved it away so slowly and sadly it felt like a death speech. And now you are waiting for the sweet hold of sleep, darkness, anything to mark the end of this too much food fever dream, which is just when someone leans in and says, you know there is a special room for it. You blink. For what? Vomiting, of course. Of course, you almost laugh. You want to laugh. But your core muscles are so tired from hours of keeping basic digestive good. Feelings that even a chuckle might be the wrong move. Still, the word stays with you, vomiting, like a dirty little whisper floating just above the bread. Plates and gravy-wet cloth. You have been near the edge of it all night with your gut in full fight and your throat whispering, one wrong bite, pal, one. Tarabai, 8/8/2025 5:31 p.m. Here is where we get to the big, widely not understood piece of the old time puzzle, the famous vomitorium, the place where supposedly Roman rich people would go mid-dinner to empty their tummies and make room for more. It is a lovely, horrible picture, a special room of too much and bad results. The problem: it is not true. The term vomitorium comes from Roman buildings and was an exit path in a stadium, not a puking room. But somewhere in time, that got twisted into a food urban legend. And by the time people started writing books about bad dining, the idea had stuck. But while the myth started with the Romans, that did not stop old-time folks from doing something like it, just less planned. There were stories, some written down and others whispered, about friends going away during dinners to quietly lose their insides behind a curtain or out a window. Or sometimes not quietly, not at all. there is at least one story of a rich man vomiting mid-cheer and then keeping on with the speech as if nothing was wrong. And it is not hard to think, most of all now as you watch a man 3 seats down empty the stuff of his belly into what looks like a metal wine jug. No one stops. Eating, no one even looks up. You swallow hard and try to think of snow, ice, cool mountain air, anything that is not the steaming pile of meat juice wet. Bread in front of you, the smell is so strong, not in that, wow, a roast is in. The oven way, more like, a roast crawled into the oven, died, and was seasoned. With mint jelly to cover the smell, your nostrils flare, you start to sweat. Someone says a bowl of what they are calling a medicine drink. You take it. With thanks, thinking maybe it will help your tummy. It does not. It has a taste. Like cough syrup and sadness. And it is warm, thick, and spicy in a way. That makes your tongue go numb. The man who gave it to you smiles. Good for the humors, he says, as if that explains anything. You think for a moment about quietly leaving. Maybe make a nice exit, but your legs are not trustworthy. Your bench is actively leaning, and there is a clear chance that standing up would start the great reversal, an event you are not sure. You could get over socially or spiritually. Let's add a strange fact while we are here. Old-time doctors really did think digestion was run by heat, real heat, made by your tummy as it cooked the food like an oven. If you ate something cold or raw, it was thought to make your inner fire weak, so they liked heavy spices. Cooked meats, hot wines, and warm drinks like the sludge you just drank. In thought, that drink should be keeping your gut happy. In real life, your gut is building. Siege towers and getting ready to storm the gates. Meanwhile, the dinner goes on. Around you like a party of food nihilism. Someone is trying to balance a cooked goose wing on their nose. A bard is playing a song that sounds more and more wild. Like the musical version of a man seeing he left his door unlocked during a bear move. The air is thick with smoke, sweat, and the under-the-surface knowledge that at least 4 people have been sick so far, and no one has stopped giving food. The rich lady on the other side delicately sips from a crystal cup and asks, "You are looking pale, stranger. Was it the eel?" You nod slowly, not trusting. Your vocal cords to do anything but trick you. "It is always the eel," she says. Then drinks the rest of her wine like a warrior getting ready for battle. That is when it happens. Not to you, not yet, but someone near the leader S. High table lets out a retch, so loud it cuts through the little guitar solo like a war horn. Chairs scrape, some people turn away. The servant rushes in with a cloth and a bucket, practiced professional. The vomiter, a red-faced soldier, is given a new cup right after. He drinks, wipes his mouth, and grins. This place is a stomach flu waiting to happen, and it is not slowing down, not even. A new course is being served. Some kind of sugared rabbit in vinegar. Tarabai 8/8/2025 5:31 p.m. Sauce, you do not care, you cannot. Your tongue has gone on strike. You want nothing more than to lie down in the grass and let your body reset to how it was. But instead, you sit. You sit and you nod and you pretend to eat while your body sends warning flares from every inner organ. Let's stop for a moment to acknowledge the open smart people question here. Did old-time rich people really eat until they vomited? Or is this just another big story handed down through the years? Some say that these were made-up tales, meant to shame the too-much-eating rich or entertain the scandal-hungry public. Others insist that the richest truly did eat themselves beyond reason, and the vomiting was just part of the cycle, a thing you did so you could keep going. Old-time accounts from visiting foreign important people often describe dinners with such excess, it is hard to believe they did not end in tummy catastrophe. You are now staring into a small bowl of something called almond milk soup. It is pale, thin, and kind of looks like the end of a sneeze. Someone tells you. It is very good for cooling the liver. You make a noise. It could mean thank you. Or please let me die. You are not sure, neither are they. Your skin feels clammy. A fire is too hot. Your vision swims a little every time you blink. You chew. Your lip trying to focus on something, anything. But the truth is you are one. Overfull swallow away from joining the growing list of hurt people. This is. The moment you see old-time dinners were not just about food. They were a test. Of tummy, of spirit, of pure body lasting. And tonight you are failing. But you have not vomited, not yet. And in this world, that still makes you a champion. You have not vomited. That is the good news. The bad news is your body has gone into a weird state. You are for sure conscious, but your spirit has gone to some quiet old-time forest in your mind where people eat fruit, drink fresh water, and do not end their nights in meat sweat dreams. At the same time, your real form stays slumped at the table, eyes glassy, mouth a little open, hands resting palm. Down on both sides of a bowl of spiced carrot soup that looks like someone forgot how to cook halfway through the recipe and just gave up. You have not had a bite. In at least 20 minutes, maybe more. Time has become a blur. The dinner has broken free from any normal order. People are no longer eating to like. They are eating out of duty, fighting back, or just muscle memory. There is a kind of craziness now, a slow W creeping wildness under the slurred cheers and bad key. Little guitar music, everyone is flushed, everyone is sweating, everyone is digesting far more than the body was made to handle in one sitting. Tarabai 8/8/2025 5:31 p.m. And now people are doing things under the table for real. At first, it is just looks sneaky, sharp-eyed looks being passed between friends, as if they are quietly sharing a secret. Then notes, small bits of paper folded tight, slipped quietly under bread plates or put inside napkins. You see one man pass something to his neighbor while smiling as if talking about the sauce. His neighbor nods, slides it into his sleeve, and keeps eating his pigeon as if nothing was wrong. Something is going on here, something political or personal or deadly. Let us not forget dinners were not just food orgies, they were also power games. These were places where friendships were made, mean words whispered, threats suggested. The long tables, the forced closeness, the wine flowing like a leaky river, it all made. The dinner the perfect place for planning, and you are sitting in the middle of it, looking like a dazed pilgrim who walked in and by mistake ate 4 different kinds of rich people only bird meat. A man you have not talked to all night leans over all of a sudden. You came with Lord Renwick's group, didn't you? He asks. You blink at him, not sure if you should say yes, no, or act like a very lifelike roast. Before you can answer, he gives you a quick, sharp smile and says, "Tell him it's agreed then." And just like that, he turns back to his food. You have absolutely no idea who Lord Renwick is. You nod anyway. On the other side of the table, 2 women are whispering fast behind their cups. One slips a ring off her finger and passes it under the tablecloth. Another rich man flicks a silver coin to a helper who catches it without looking and is gone into the crowd. There is a hum of secrets now, quiet but always there, like the sound of bees under floorboards. The dinner is going into its political time. And you, of course, are very not ready to join. You look at the music men still playing, but slower now, as if even they are starting to doubt their life choices. One of them is openly yawning between notes. Another has started to pluck his little guitar with what looks like a chicken bone. The funny man, now without most of his bells and one shoe, is asleep in the corner with a napkin over his face. Like an old-time eye mask, this should be the part where the night calms down. But no, instead you watch as a small line of helpers comes in with bowls of sweet nuts, preserved fruits, and little pastries twisted into knots and dusted with something strangely white. Sugar, lie, you do not know, you do not care. You are trying to keep your eyes open while acting like a good social person. Let's talk about one of the most not liked dangers of the old-time dinner. Diplomacy. This is where favors were swapped, fights got bigger, family money was suggested. One bad step, one wrong cheer, and you could find yourself lower, shamed or dead. That is not a big lie. There are whole old-time events that started or ended over food and drink. One rich house was mean to another over a bad pie, and boom, decades-long blood fight. Some of the most evil deals in history were given alongside honey cakes. Now someone next to you is saying something about a bishop's cousin who is owed a piece of land, and a soldier on the other side is hitting his fist on the table with what might be joy or anger. There is no way to know anymore. It is all one big stew of power, too much food and hot meat breath, and the table. The table is no longer a top, it is a living place. You look down and see a piece of pastry that has been crushed into your sleeve. Something sticky has stuck a spoon to your arm. Your bread plate, that poor wet bread plate, has fallen under its own weight and now lies in pieces, half eaten, half wet in 3 sauces. You look around and see almost everyone's bread plate is in a like state, crumbled, bent, sad, forgotten, and yet still really food. That is the meanest part of the old-time dinner. Even the plate is yummy, which means nothing ever really is over. Tarabai, 8/8/2025 5:31 p.m. Let's add in your smart people question. Were these under-the-table deals just made up later by romantic history people? Or did politics at the dinner table truly shape the way of old-time government? Some say the idea of secret deals at parties was made bigger, made romantic by writers trying to add tension to dry stories. Others say the dinner was the perfect place to read people, test loyalties, and let the wine pull out truths better kept hidden, based on the rush of paper slips and sideways looks happening around you. You are for sure on team. Intrigue, someone drops a spoon, someone else steps on it, the chair tips. Another helper comes from a side door with more pastries. You hear the words. Dowry tria. Sun and mushroom wine in the same sentence. At least 3 people have gone from the table altogether, their spots still filled by uneaten food and gently steaming cups. You, meanwhile, are trying to stay not seen, not too. Not seen, of course. That would be strange, but not seen enough that no one asks. Your thoughts on grain prices, or whose family has the more real claim to a goat-filled hilltop in Normandy. You nod, you sip, you fold your hands nicely on your lap, and hope no one sees that your eyes have glazed over like a badly cooked tart. Then someone gives you a note. You wait. It is just a small folded piece of paper. No name, no seal, no reason why. Everyone is acting like they did not see it given to you, which means everyone for sure did. You look at the sender, a man in fur and a red jacket with wine spots in the shape of what might be a map of France. He winks. You open the note. There is a single word written inside. Careful. You do not breathe. You fold it. You put it away. You give a fake smile. You have no idea what it means or why it was given to you. Maybe it is a joke. Maybe it is a warning. Maybe you are sitting on top of a murder plan that started over badly cooked duck. You look back at the table, now just a blur of flushed cheeks, whispering mouths, and half-eaten politics. Whatever this dinner was meant to be, it has turned into something else altogether. You are not sure when it happens for real, but at some time during the political side looks and putting regret, the sound from the outside starts to come in. Not strong at first, then louder. You hear yelling, happy sounds, or someone hitting a pot maybe. You look to the open room doors and see the flicker of fire. Light moving past the house's outer walls. The air that comes in has a different kind of feel, earthy, warmer, less nice smelling, and then it hits you, the poor. People are eating too, just not like this. You move in your sticky, wobbly seat and look to the dark spots, past this too much dining room through the curved stone ways and down past the stables. A smaller bonfire is burning. People move around it, quick, not steady, messy. There are no shiny cups or sugared peacock bodies down there, just smoke, rough wood bowls, and a group of people whose dinner was not made to make anyone happy. You hear music, pipes, maybe a drum. Not fancy, not nice, but it is happy in a way this dinner has long ago stopped being. Let's be real, this is the part of the story no one wants to talk about. Because while you are here drowning in sauces with too many parts and meat from Endanger kinds, the people who really grew the grain and killed the animals, are eating whatever did not get onto these high tables. That is if they are lucky. Most of the time, a poor person's food meant rough bread, porridge, dried beans, and maybe some leftover soup if the kitchen was feeling nice. And tonight they are celebrating from far away. Not asked, of course, but they are. Close enough to hear the happy sounds and smell the too much eating. Tarabai 8/8/2025 5:31 p.m. A helper sees your eye and follows your look. He leans in a little and says, "They've got turnips and cider, might be better off." Then he is gone before you. Can ask if that was a joke or an offer. At the same time, the rich man next to you is trying to poke a sugar-covered walnut with the wrong side of a sharp tool. Someone farther down the table is asleep with their cheek on a piece of bread. That soaked up 3 different sauces and now looks like a pillow of sadness. The dinner is dragging, or maybe it is you dragging. It is hard to know. Here is your old-time nugget. Poor people were not always hungry. In fact, in some times, most of all after a plague, the poor person's food got better thanks to not enough workers and better talking power. But on feast days, the difference between classes was easy to see, even to hear. Rich people ate too much in rooms like this one with spices and faraway wines. Poor people, at the same time, might get together outside, drink water ale, cook a rabbit if they were lucky, and dance in shoes made from old leather. Louder, yes, but sometimes better. Because their dinners were not status games, they were survival parties. Joy from not having much, not a power statement in pastry. You sit back, full of the thought that the people outside are having more fun. You are inside, full, sweating under 3 layers of wool and embroidered regret, eating extinct bird. With people who think your family is a punchline. They are outside with no shoes, singing together, probably eating turnips with their hands and not worrying if it was cooked in saffron and scandal. That might be envy coming up, or just another wave of tummy ache. It is getting harder to know. All of a sudden, a loud voice from the high table cuts through the sound. Leader, now for sure silly and swaying in his seat, holds his cup high and says, "Let the crowd have their S. Craps, let them eat their roots and be thankful for the smell of our feast." The rich people laugh hard, long, too long. One of them slams a chicken bone on the table like it is a little hammer. Another yells, "May they dream of pastry." It is mean, but no one says anything. A helper quietly takes a plate of half-eaten cooked venison and walks it to the back of the room. You watch as he slips through a side door, holding the plate with care, face not showing anything. Maybe it is being thrown out, maybe not. Maybe it ends up by the fire pit outside, where hungry hands break apart the meat. That was too cold or too tough for rich mouths. You wonder if the people down there think they are lucky to get the scraps, or if they just accept it, the way everyone in here accepts that status is measured in pie height and personal napkins. And then there is the not said thing, the part everyone inside this room acts. Like they do not know. Sometimes poor people dinners ended in fights too. Not over sauces or land claims, but over real things: grain, pay, food shortages. Fights could start with a meat seller not wanting to sell meat at a fair price, with a priest drinking too much ale and making fun of the wrong man's boots. The people outside knew about hunger, real hunger, the kind that was not followed by pudding and claps. You look down at your table again, at the sticky, crumbling last bits of too much, a bitten cherry tart, a pool of butter hard around the sides, a cup stained with 3 kinds of wine. You are with food and yet more sick than fed everyone is. The feast has become a ritual of rot. Tarabai 8/8/2025 5:31 p.m. You picture walking outside, taking off the layers of soft cloth and wet linen, throwing your cup to the side and sitting down near that bonfire, eating root. Stew with your fingers, drinking cider that has not been mulled, just shared. Breathing air that does not smell like cooked swan and broken dreams. Would they welcome you? Probably not. You are one of them now. You have sat at the table of those who keep, who sneer, who eat too much and call it grace. But maybe, just maybe they would give you a piece of bread, fresh, plain, still warm from the fire. The music men start a new song, something high and fast-paced, like they are trying to jolt life back into the room. The rich man next to you yells something about a game. You ignore him. Your eyes are on the far flicker of the poor person's fire through the open doors. On the way, the light dances on mud and faces that are not acting like they are having fun. There is more truth in that fire than in this whole room, and you are starting to see something that no one at your table wants to admit. This feast, it is not for you. You are not sure if it is the far sound of fiddles outside or the 4th cup of plum-filled something that kicks the next part of the night into action. But all of a sudden the rich man next to you hits the table and yells, "It is time for the dancing," like he has just started a holy war. The room blows up into whoops and stomps. A chair falls. A big spoon hits the floor. The music men right away switch to a wild, fast song, a chaos of strings, pipes, and bells. That sounds less like music and more like a group of animals being chased through a wind chime place. Before you can even act like you object, someone takes your arm gently, but with the strength of someone who has already danced through 3 wars and 2 splits and pulls you to your feet. You try to say no. No, I am full. Very full, dangerously full. But the words die on your tongue, buried under the happy sounds and the drums and the wild thought that you are now, not by your choice, part of an old-time dance circle. Let's stop here and be clear about something. Old-time dancing is not dancing the way you know it. There are no moves you can copy from a wedding show. No beat, no sense, no way out. It is more like a ritual. People hold hands, spin in circles, yell kind of song-like words, and stomp in ways that seem to have been made by goats. You try to follow with them. You try to move your legs, but your tummy filled with strange meats and deep sadness screams at you with every step. Your partner A red-cheeked woman with strong legs and no sense of personal space twirls you hard into a young helper who spins you back the other way with the kind of laughter that usually comes before a bar fight. Someone yells to the left and the whole circle goes that way with the skill of a silly canoe crew. You stumble, you spin. You step on someone's foot, you say sorry, they laugh, they step on your foot. That, it seems, is the rhythm. Now, here is your old-time note, dancing after a dinner was not a choice, it was expected. A full tummy was no reason not to. You dance to celebrate, to show off, to flirt, to hide the fact that you're left. I was twitching from pie tiredness, and if you were important enough, people watched you dance to judge your grace. You are life, and if you look like someone whose kids would not right away die of gout, meanwhile, your stomach is sending up signs like it is sinking into the sea. Your heart pounds, your legs are jelly. And somewhere in your middle, a strange gurgle has made a permanent home. You twist, in time with the circle, trying not to look at anyone in case they ask you to. Spin faster. You are absolutely, for sure, not made for this. Tarabai 8/8/2025 5:31 p.m. Then come the jumps. Yes, the jumps, because it seems this dance needs everyone in the circle to leap together, high, happy. And you are not in a leaping place right now, but it is happening. The rich woman to your left squeezes your hand, someone yells, up, and all of a sudden you are in the air, barely. You come back down with a not graceful thud, your knees about to fold on you, something inside you sloshes. There is a moment of fear, but then nothing. Disaster is stopped for now. The dance goes on, faster, louder. The music gets louder. The crowd spins. You look across the circle and see someone vomit quietly behind a pillar, then come back to the group like a hero. Another friend fakes a hurt ankle and hobbles away to safety. You think about joining him. Here is a fun fact to distract you while your inner organs threaten a fight. Some old-time dances were thought to have protective or even magic powers. There are stories of people dancing to stop sickness, famine, even death. That sounds noble until you see. The same sources also talk about sudden starts of mass dancing, like the famous dancing plague of 1518, where people really danced themselves to death, a real thing caused by stress, bad bread, or maybe just the old-time version of a breakdown. You start to wonder if you are about to become a case study. The song changes again. Now it is slower, more romantic. Couples form hands. Clasp, eyes meet. You freeze, hoping you will be left out. But no, someone taps your shoulder. A new partner, taller than you, smiling, too sure of himself. You nod, dizzy, and accept. Your hands meet. The music swells, and all of a sudden, you are dancing face to face in a strange, slow circle that would be pretty if it were not actively murdering your pancreas. You try to stay up, you try not to belch. You focus on your partner's eyes. They are bright but kind. You do not want to ruin their night by falling into their arms like a pudding-filled statue. You step, sway, turn, and they say something about the moonlight. You nod and smile. You are sweating through your soul. Let's see another layer of torture here. Dancing was not just exercise, it was courtship. Every step was full of meaning. Who you danced with, how often, how well. A stumble could mean shame, a well done. Turn, an invitation. You do not have the coordination or liver power to handle. That world tonight, you barely have enough muscle control to bow. Finally, kindly. The music slows, the tune fades, people clap, someone yells, another round. The musicians groan and start to tune their little guitars again. But for now, there is a pause. You walk back to your bench, fall like a bag of wet clothes, and try to breathe. Everything inside you sloshes. Your pulse is in your forehead. Your shirt is sticking to your back like a second skin made of shame. A servant gives you a cloth, you wipe your face, and then he gives you a cup of something. Cool, it is clear water, real water. You almost cry. You sip slowly like it is. Holy, it tastes like life, like everything you have been denied. It calms you. A little brings you back. You look around. Half the dancers are seated now. Their cheeks pink, their eyes dazed. A few are lying on the floor, arms spread. Panting, one man is curled around a roast goose like it is his emotional support. Animal, the music starts again, and with it, another round of stomping and yelling. You stay seated. You will not survive a second dance. Your organs have made that. Clear, but in this moment, sweaty and sore and swirling with regret, you see something strangely pretty. For all the chaos, all the discomfort, there is joy. Here, strange, twisted, stomach-churning joy, even as people fall, even as hearts race and knees buckle, they keep dancing, because if they stop, they have to. Think about how full they are, how silly, how weak, so they dance, because not. Dancing, that is what you do at funerals. Tarabai, 8/8/2025 5:31 p.m. You are no longer seated so much as held up, one hip half off the bench, your upper back on the wall picture behind you for body help, arms limp, fingers curled around a cup you do not remember getting. The dancing goes on less. Together now, more like a seizure with music. The rich man who before said he one time hunted swan with a slingshot is now trying a spinning hop that looks like an exorcism in action. A lady nearby has taken off her shoes and is stomping. In time with no shoes and wild eyes, laughing like she is free of all world. Laws, you are not sure if this is a party or mass craziness, but then it starts. Soft at first, like a quiet fight inside your gut. A flutter, a shift, a small, sneaky pop of air that you very much did not say yes to. You freeze, eyes wide. Back stiff, your body has chosen that the time for talking is over, and it is. Now doing its own scorched earth plan, let's talk about flatulence no one wants. But let's, because you are about to become a walking warning story. The mix of bread plates soaked in meat grease, spicy wines, boiled root veggies, and 5 different kinds of bird has turned your digestive system into an old-time metal place with smoke, heat, and sometimes bursts of fire. You are gassy, very gassy. This is not the kind of problem you can walk off. This is the kind that needs help from God. And yet, no one seems to be surprised around you. Little noises are happening. Chairs creak, bellies gurgle. Someone lets out a low, clear sound that makes a dog lift its head from under the table and leave. Someone fans themselves. With a big show, another person coughs just as a strange pop bounces off the stone. Wall, you have gone into the most not-liked chapter of any old-time dinner. The flatulent hour, here is your old-time fact. Yes, people farted at dinners. And while manners books from the later Middle Ages said to hold it in, not everyone had the control or the dignity. Some rule books from the 14 and 15. Hundreds would gently tell friends to leave if they needed to pass wind, while others acted like such things just did not happen among nice folks. But the truth, you put that many people in a room, feed them too much wine and cheese, and something is going to give. You are giving now slowly. You move your weight. It does not help. Your insides are building pressure like a siege tool. Someone gives you another piece of something, maybe cheese, maybe regret. You wave it away with shaking fingers and try to smile, but your face muscles are too busy. Moving emergency systems, the friend next to you leans in. All right, he asks. A little too loud, you nod. Just full, he chuckles. We all are, my cousin. Burst a button after the mutton last year. Loudest sound I have ever heard. He laughs again, then calmly lets out a short, sharp toot into the pillow under. Him does not flinch, just keeps drinking. You look at him like he is a prophet. He nods like he knows, better out than in. Tarabai 8/8/2025 5:31 p.m. Another man on the other side is now humming softly while rubbing his belly. In clockwise circles, maybe as a prayer, maybe as an old ritual to get relief. A young woman stands, takes 2 careful steps away from the table, and lets out a small, clear squeak of air. She turns red. No one says a word. This is the way. Now the room smells like cooked meat, wine, sweat, and something else. Something sulfurous, a creeping stink that comes in slow and patient like it knows it is going to happen. Someone tries to cover it with a piece of rosemary. Someone else drops their whole cup, if out of shock or a try to hide a sound is not clear. The fire flickers. You hold your tummy and try to remember what fresh air feels. Like, let's not skip over this. Flatulence was not just a personal thing. It could be used as a weapon at the old-time table. In some court groups, a well-timed fart was used to make fun of rivals or stop talks. There were even professional funny men who put it in their acts. One famous flatulist, yes, that is a real word, named Roland the Farter, was given land for his yearly show with a jump. A whistle and a fart, that was his job. You are just trying to survive. You feel it building again. The pressure is back, urgent now. You lean forward. A little praying for quiet. The moment passes, and with it a small, gentle whistle. You freeze. Did anyone hear it? A servant walks by. His nose wrinkles. You act like you are looking at a nearby bowl of cooked prunes, like it has old wisdom. The moment fades. You are safe for now. On the other side of the room, the bear, still here, still for some reason part of this, lets out a loud growl. people cheer. Someone yells, even the beast. Has opinions and holds up a cup. The musicians laugh mid-song, the whole place. Reeks of body rebellion and too much fun. And still the food has not stopped. The servants now carry in dishes of warm nuts, sticky sweets, and something that might be deep-fried apples, or maybe just apples that fell into the fire. The plates clatter onto the table, pushing cups and elbows. More sugar, more oil, more. Betrayal, you are past eating, past dignity. Now your job is just to hold it in. You brace your knees, press your hands to your thighs, and breathe through your nose. You will not explode, not here, not like this. Then someone starts a game, a rich man rises, swaying a little, and announces something called the passing of the goose. It is a dancing game, he says with music, a stuffed bird and something. About honor, no one knows the rules. But everyone cheers, a servant gives him. The goose, he stumbles into the middle of the room. The music starts again, fast. Wild, the kind of speed that starts either dancing or a revolution. People clap. They stomp, they laugh, the rich man holds. The goose does a wobbly spin and lets out the loudest fart of the night, and the room blows up into applause. People cheer, they hold up their cups, and someone yells, the goose has spoken, and falls to the floor, laughing. The rich man bows, goose under one arm, dignity. Fully gone, the game has changed. The goal, it seems, is now to pass the goose. And go with it with your own personal song. And so, the goose starts its trip. You watch as it goes from friend to friend, each person letting out their best. And worst try at flatulent fanfare. Some are quiet, some are loud. One woman just holds the goose and smiles as everyone around her blows up in laughter, because that is apparently how power works now. The leader of the house himself is holding his sides, red-faced, tears streaming. Your turn is coming, the goose is past. Closer, closer, and you stand, you smile, and for the first time all night, you do what everyone else has already done. You let it go. Tarabai 8/8/2025 5:31 p.m. You have crossed some strange line. Now there is no other way to say it. Moment the goose left your hands with the last bit of your dignity. Something changed, the crowd cheered. The leader laughed so hard he fell off his chair. And someone on the other side banged a cup on the floor and said, "This feast is legend." And in that silly, gas-filled craziness, you find yourself strangely at ease, not comfy, mind you. Your body still feels like a full wineskin stuffed with regret and half-eaten swan. But in your mind, in your feelings, you have given up. You are not fighting it anymore. The dinner has broken you down like a slow cook, and now you are part of it. A sticky, spinning, belching piece in this old-time meat wheel. You sink back on your bench and smile at no one. All around you, the energy is still swirling, dancing, yelling, clapping, the sometimes thud of someone falling on the rushes. The room smells like wet wool. Cooked garlic, wine smells, and faint shame. In a way, it is pretty. In a much more real way, it is absolutely scary. And now they bring out the digestives. Yes, because after 12 meat foods, 5 desserts, a dance that almost killed, You and a goose-filled fart show. What everyone clearly needs is a plate of strong herbal liquors made to help the tummy. A servant gives you a tiny glass of something that smells like licorice and vinegar had a baby. You hold it with shaking fingers. Someone cheers to survival, and you by instinct hold yours up. In return, it burns going down, not the warm, cozy burn, the exorcism burn. It clears your nose, hurts your throat, and falls into your gut like a hot rock. You cough once hard and then feel strangely better. Not good, not whole, but working. You look around. Others are doing the same, sipping little glasses, some laughing through tears, others quietly thinking if this was a medicine drink or just lamp oil in disguise. But no one says no to it because this is an old way. After an old-time dinner, it was not enough to survive. You had to clean, reset. Maybe get ready for the nightmare to come later. Here is your old-time context. The old-time digestives were not just for show. They were often filled with herbs, anise, fennel, ginger, mint, thought to help. With digestion, think of them as very early Tums, if Tums tasted like betrayal, and came in a cup the size of your thumb. Medicine men sometimes made special batches for leaders or abbots, and some rich people even had stomach waters they swore by, made with strange things like wormwood, galangal, or powdered pearls. You are pretty sure yours has at least one of those, and probably some floor dirt. As well, you are not the only one having mixed results. A seller 2 seats away takes a sip, makes a sound like a dying horse, and slams his glass down in victory. A woman with hair like braided rope drinks hers back and yells, "That'll chase." The demons, before burping loudly enough to scare a bird from the roof. Even. The servants are in on it now, taking tiny drinks in the corners between trips. To clear bread plate mess and mop up spills of a kind you do not know. You try. To stand, that is cute. You get about halfway up before your knees tell you that. They have been bent into strange angles for hours, and your gut shifts like big earth plates mid-eruption. You freeze mid-rise, looking like a strange puppet. Then slowly lower yourself again. The bench groans with you. Your head is buzzing. Not silly exactly, although for sure not sober, but more like someone changed. Your blood with hot cider and not knowing what to do. You lean back against the wall and feel the cool stone on your back. For a moment, it is so nice. Tarabai 8/8/2025 5:31 p.m. That is when the fun show comes back. Remember the funny man, the one who before tried to throw fish and then passed out in a basket of pears. He is back, wobbling, wide-eyed and newly refueled. You do not know how or why, but someone gave him a trumpet, and not just any trumpet, a long, curved, dented brass monster that looks like it has seen a fight. He lifts it to his mouth, and with the breath of a man who has eaten nothing but ale and attention blows, the sound that comes out is less music and more world-ending. People cheer. You almost fall off your bench. A funny man bows with a big show, then starts a strange dance that has hopping on one foot, spinning, and randomly yelling the word bladder at full Voice, it might be genius, it might be trauma. At this point, no one cares. This is your strange fact for the night. Funny men had a lot of freedom in the old-time world more than most. They could make fun of the Lord, make rude jokes, even talk about politics. They were expected to be weird, strange, even gross. Some were musical, some were acrobats. Others were special in what could only be. Called body comedy. Yes, flatulence shows were real. Some funny men trained in making noises with their armpits. Others said poetry and burps. Tonight's funny. Man seems to be a generalist. He does it all. And while the rich people howl with laughter and hit their tables, you watch from your daze, nodding slowly. As if any of this is normal. It is not. You have just accepted that it is normal. Now someone next to you whispers, "He is better than the last one," that guy said. His beard on fire. You nod nicely like you know what better means anymore. But even in this craziness, the room is changing. The noise is still loud, but less sharp. The fires are burning lower. Some candles have burned out all the way, leaving flickering dark shapes. People are starting to lie back more than sit. Boots are kicked off, belts loosened. One man is snoring into a plate of quince. Jelly, you see what this is, the falling. Every old-time dinner had its slope. You start at show and power, rise through spectacle, hit the top of too much food, then slide into the dark depths of collapse. That is where you are now, the warm, messy, soft-edged ending. This is the part no one writes songs about, the after. The wobble, the nap. You stretch one leg under the table and hit something soft. Maybe human, you do not look. You take another tiny sip of your digestive and feel it coat your tongue like spicy syrup. You cannot tell if it is helping or killing you, probably both. And now the leader stands again. His shirt is crooked. His hair looks like it has fought a wind storm. He holds his cup, sloshing, and yells, "Tonight we have feasted as kings." He stops. "Tomorrow may we remember." None of it laughter, claps. Someone throws a piece of bread. He grins, bows, and right away sits on the floor, not on purpose. He missed the chair. No one helps him up, and no one has to, because that, in a weird way, is the truest old way of all. Tarabai 8/8/2025 5:31 p.m. By now, the dinner room looks like the end of a badly planned attack. Bodies are draped on benches like thrown-away coats. Cups lie on their sides, dripping. The last bits of their spice stuff into puddles of sticky sadness. You are no longer fully in your seat, nor fully up. You are in a state of old-time waiting. Place half slumped, half dreaming, propped on the same wall picture you have been sweating into for hours. It smells like dust, mold, and cooked goose. Your legs are numb. Your tongue has a taste like an herb garden dyed in your mouth. But you are alive, kind of. The fires crackle low in their fireplaces, making lazy gold shadows on the walls. The torch light flickers like it is winking out. On purpose, and the music men, bless them, are playing what can only be called the old-time version of a lullaby. A little guitar, a soft drum beat, something that looks like a harp, but probably just a bow on a cheese grater. the speed is slow now. Everyone's pace has slowed. You would call it calm if you were not. Actively trying to stop the creeping fear of coming tummy betrayal. On the other side of the table, the rich woman who one time danced with no shoes is now lying, back with her hair not braided, sipping the last bits from a half-full jug light. It is holy water. Next to her, the seller is talking softly with his helper about. If figs are a good pre-sleep snack, you would not know. You have only ever used figs to decorate trauma. Then with no warning, the priest comes. Yes, a priest, late to the party, in robes and blurry-eyed, like he just got out of a barrel of incense. He comes in through a side door and right away starts blessing things. The fireplace, the food, the friends, the funny man who yells, "Not me. I am too far gone," before cartwheeling into a pile of rushes. The priest stands at the top of the high table and clears his throat. "It is now time," he says slowly, "for the compline. Blessing. Let us give thanks." You almost groan out loud. You had forgotten this. Part the religious end. The final holy bow tied around the gross roast of two. Much the friends shift. Some kneel. Others just bow their heads in quiet sadness. You bow your head, too, if only because keeping it up would take more muscle. Control than you now have. Here is your old-time footnote. Old-time dinners did not always end in prayer, but for those that did, most of all in rich or religious houses, it was normal to thank God for the meal, the company, and the fact that no one choked to death on a quail bone. Compline, one of the holy hours, marked the official end of the monastery day. It was quiet, thoughtful, made to calm the mind before sleep, which, let's be real, is a very funny expectation after watching half the court join a farting contest while wearing feathers. But the priest goes on. He speaks in Latin maybe, or something close to it. No one fixes him. You hear words like benedictio and gratias and digestio. That last one is probably made up. As he talks on, you let your eyes close, not in respect, but in self-protection. Tarabai 8/8/2025 5:36 p.m. And that is when your mind at last, decides to replay the note. Careful, you blink, straighten a little. That crumpled paper you put into your belt before in the night, the one given to you during the political whispers and pudding chaos. You had fully forgotten about it, probably because you have spent the last 3 hours trying not to die, but now it comes back in your thoughts with annoying clearness. You reach down and quietly take it out. Still one word, still scary. You look around, trying to see if you should be ready for poison, blackmail, or just more pudding. Everyone seems calm, tired. No one is jumping on the table or holding cutlery. The leader is snoring on the floor. A helper is using a bread plate as a pillow. The only movement comes from a rat pulling off a sweet walnut like it is hauling treasure into a hole in the walls. You put the note back again. Maybe it meant nothing, or maybe it is meant for tomorrow, when the tummies fight and the chamber pots get too full and someone remembers that political favors were promised over custard. You will handle that. Later, for now, the blessing is over. The priest gives a tired smile, holds up his hands one last time, and says something that might be, "Peace be with you." Though it could also be, "Good luck surviving this." Then he turns, leaves the same way he came, and is never seen again. A servant rings a small bell, and something changes in the room. It is small, but real. People start to rise slowly with pain. The dinner is ending, not with a bang, but with groans and the soft squelch of meat, fat, wet boots. Some friends walk to the great doors. Others walk to side rooms, and a few just lie down where they are, beaten and full beyond reason. You try to stand again. This time it works barely. Your knees creak, your back cracks, something in your lower back moves in a way that suggests future doctor bills. You step forward slowly, like a baby learning to walk, but silly and sore and 30 pounds heavier than when you got here. And now comes the last test, the exit line, because this is still a rich event and looks must be kept up. You cannot just slide out the back like a jellyfish in boots. You must leave in order. Important people first, then friends, then helpers, then probably the janitor, and you are somewhere in the middle. Which means you must walk past the high table, the fireplace, the music men, and the bear, who is now asleep with its head on a pile of stepped-on pears. You straighten your shirt, try to make your face look like gratitude, not tummy. Agony, you join the line of slowly moving friends. Here is a final old-time gem. This part of the dinner, the exit, was still very much a show. Rich people were expected to bow or curtsy, thank the boss, give nice words on the cooked peacock, or the clearness of the wine. Those who stumbled or looked too silly risked losing face, status, or in very bad cases, waking up tomorrow with fewer titles and a lot more questions. Your turn comes. You get to the high table. The leader is still asleep in a crumpled way that suggests he is either blessed or cursed. A servant next to him nods at you. His Grace thanks you for your presence, he says without moving his lips. You nod back, whisper, and I thank God I survived, and keep on walking. The hallway past is cool, dim, and blessedly quiet. You feel the cold night air brush on your face like forgiveness. Somewhere behind you, a cup drops. Somewhere ahead, a breeze has the sound of poor people's songs. For the first time in hours, you breathe in without gagging. You have done it. You have lived through the feast, but your journey is far from over. Tarabai 8/8/2025 5:36 p.m. Outside the dinner hall, the night welcomes you like a long-lost friend. Cool, quiet, and thankfully free of boiling osses or trumpet solos. The stars are out all over the sky like salt on black cloth. A half moon hangs low and bent, like it is leaning in to whisper, "You should be dead." And really, it is not. Wrong, you walk slowly, carefully through the castle yard, your body moving with the stiff, painful rightness of someone in armor, made all from full regret. The wind brushes your cheeks with the sweet smell of earth, hay, and wood smoke. You stop, breathe in deeply, and almost cry when your lungs fill with air that does not smell like old meat grease and 7-hour stew. For the first time in What feels like weeks, you unclench your jaw. Your tummy rumbles, not in hunger, but in confusion. Wait, it seems to say, are we free? Not quite, but almost. You follow a stone path away from the hall to the guest rooms, or maybe just somewhere quiet where you can lie down and rethink your whole life with food. The castle stands behind you, its fires flickering on the battlements, making soft gold light on the walls. You hear faint sounds, happy sounds, the low moan of a little guitar being put away, the clear sound of someone being sick into a planter. Inside, the dinner is still ending. You are not missed, you are not needed. You are at last slipping out of the beast's gaping, gravy-wet mouth. But just before you go into the safety of shadow, you hear a sound, a different one. Music, not the wild strings and flutes of the dinner hall, but a raw, simple beat, drums, pipes, a voice up in a song with no harmonies and no care for pitch. It is coming from past the castle wall. The poor people, still eating, still dancing. Long after the rich people have fallen in their chairs, like half-melted wax shapes. You drift to it, pulled by wanting to know or envy, or both. The castle's main doors are propped open, guarded only by a pair of sleepy watchmen who do not even blink as you walk past. Past them, the field glows with firelight, a bonfire crackles high, its sparks rising like tiny stars, and around it people laugh. Stomp, twirl, and drink from shared clay cups. Their clothes are old, their shoes are rough, and not one of them smells like rose water or regret. You keep your distance. At first, you are still wearing rich clothes, even if they are stained and wrinkled, smell like swan gravy and failure. But then a little girl sees you, points and waves. You freeze. She runs to you, grabs your hand, and pulls with surprising strength. Dance, she yells. You look like you need it. She is right. Tarabai 8/8/2025 5:36 p.m. You are not sure if it is tiredness or craziness, but something moves your feet forward, and all of a sudden you are in the circle, moving to a beat that does not need coordination or good ways, just being there. The music is primal, earthy, the kind that lives in your bones. You sway, you clap, you do something that might be a spin or might be your body trying to stay steady. No one laughs, no one judges. They are too busy laughing with each other. Here is a thought they do not put in textbooks. This is probably the most alive you have felt all day. And here is your old-time nugget to match. While rich dinners were about show and power, poor people parties were about survival and joy. These group get-togethers were rare, usually tied to the seasons, harvests, or holy days. People brought what they could: a carrot, a flask of cider, a piece of rye. They shared stories. They gossiped. They danced with the kind of wild abandon only possible when you have lived a life too hard to afford self-care. It was not riches, it was release. Someone gives you a wooden bowl. Inside, a thick stew, veggies, barley, something leafy, something maybe even green. It smells real. You wait. Your tummy rumbles. Again, quieter this time, more thoughtful than scared. You dip a finger in. Taste, it is good, really good, not complex, not spicy, not hidden under 10 Layers of smelly pretense, just warm, real food. You eat slowly, enjoying every bite like it is a secret. Your tummy seems to perk up, mixed up by this new idea of gentle feeding. It is like feeding a wild cat after years of throwing rocks at it. You sit on the grass. Someone sits next to you, an old woman with thick hands and no teeth. She does not ask who you are. She just offers you a piece of dark bread still warm from the fire. You take it. Feast, huh, she says, watching the castle over your shoulder. You nod. It tried to kill me, she snorts. That is the job of a proper feast. You both look at the fire. People are still dancing. Children are chasing each other with sticks. A boy tries to balance a jug on his head and fails big time. Everyone cheers. And in this moment, a strange calm comes over you. You have escaped the craziness. You have walked through the fire and come out, even if sweaty and deeply gassy, on the other side. You might even sleep tonight. Your body is sore, your shirt stained, and your dignity buried somewhere under the third pudding food. But you are here. You are breathing cool night air. You are eating stew that does not make you doubt your faith. You are safe, or so you think, because as you lean back into the grass, a dark shape shows up next to you. Not a dancer, not a poor person, a figure in a dark coat, hood pulled low, standing just at the side of the firelight. They step closer and press a note into your hand. You look down. The same paper, the same scroll. Careful, and you look up, but they are gone. Tarabai 8/8/2025 5:36 p.m. You stare at the note like it might catch fire in your palm. Same rough paper. Same cramped handwriting. Just that one word, careful, scratched in dark ink. A little smeared at the edges like it was written in a hurry, or with wet hands, or by someone who does not worry about details because they are too busy giving messages to strangers in the middle of dinners that may or may not also be murder. Plots, you turn it over, but there is nothing else. No name, no mark, not even a smudge to show where they came from. Your eyes scan the firelight. Dancers spin and leap. Children run in circles, yelling in the happy, wild way only. Children can. The stew pot is still bubbling. Someone has started telling a dirty story on the far side of the fire, and the whole circle is in loud laughter. No one seems strange. No one even looks at you, but they are watching. Someone is. The note burns in your hand, not for real, but with a kind of creeping fear that makes you aware of how out in the open you are. You are sitting on the ground, outside castle walls, with strangers wearing rich clothes that are now 2 hours past looking nice. You crumple the note in your fist and put it under your shirt. For a second, you think about ignoring it, just throwing the warning into the fire, brushing it off as a silly joke or a leftover worry from the eel pie. But something about the way it was given, quietly, on purpose, tells you this is no joke. You are being watched, and not by the happy stew eaters. Let's add a historical dose here. Spying was not just the stuff of kings and wars. In the Middle Ages, information was money, and everyone was buying. Castles like the one you just escaped from were breeding grounds for whispers. servants, writers, cooks, and even funny men. Anyone could be a spy. Sometimes they were hired by rival lords. Sometimes they worked for the church. Sometimes, scarily, they worked for no one, collecting secrets just in case they needed them later. Blackmail. That was basically a team sport, and feasts. Perfect cover, noise, chaos, silly. Rich people running their mouths, dozens of strangers passing cups and slipping. Paper, it was like a gossip market if the produce could get you exiled. You look back toward the castle. The windows are glowing dimly now, the sounds of the grate. Hall muffled into background sloshes and snores. You try to replay the night in. Your mind, who might have seen too much, heard too much. You did get that strain. Message during the pudding phase, the one you pretended to understand. Someone said something about Lord Renwick. Someone else whispered it about land, debt. War, where you by mistake enlisted in a plot. You shiver, not from the wind, which is gentle and cool, but from the sudden weight of that chance. You were supposed to be a guest, a body at the table, a novelty, a walking stomach with decent posture, but now you are holding secrets you did not ask for. Tarabai 8/8/2025 5:36 p.m. A peasant man plops down next to you. Late middle-aged, sun-lined face, eyes that squint even in the dark. He does not speak right away, just chews something. Roasted root maybe, and hands you a crude wooden cup of cider. You accept it. Sip, it is dry, a little sour, and wildly refreshing. First feast, he asks. Grinning sideways, you nod. Survived it barely, he chuckles. They always end in ghosts or gout. He leans back, watching the fire. Saw you earlier near the high table, your pulse stumbles. Yeah, lucky invite. Luck, he repeats. Amused, that what it was. You glance at him. He does not look threatening. No. Coat, no dagger, no unnaturally still posture that screams trained killer. Just a man with weathered boots and stew stains on his knees, but his eyes do not match. The rest of him, sharp, focused, studying you like you are not quite playing the same game. Lot of things passed around in that hall, he says. Wine, pudding. Promises. People forget what they say when their mouth is full of duck and ambition. You nod slowly, unsure what to say. He shrugs. Just saying, when you wake up. Tomorrow might want to be somewhere else. And then he stands and walks off, disappearing behind the stew pot like he was never there. You finish your cider. In one long pull, your throat tight. That makes two messages, two strangers, and a whole lot of hints that tonight was more than just food and dancing, and involuntary, digestive jazz solos. Now comes the choice. Do you return to TH? Ye guest quarters inside the castle. Slip into the straw mattress they have prepared for you under the same roof, where secret stew in the shadows and rich tongues loosen like poorly tied shoelaces. Or do you disappear into the peasant camp, pretend you are a baker's cousin from 3 villages over, and let the rich world unravel without you? There is risk. Either way, one path leads back to comfort and luxury, and possibly being by mistake poisoned with almond-scented wine. The other leads to being unknown, cold nights. and cabbage-based anonymity, but probably less risk of being turned into a political pawn or framed for some baron's indigestion-caused confession before you can decide. Another gust of wind picks up, rustling the trees near the field's edge. Something moves there, not a dancer, not a local, a tall figure in dark clothing standing just past the firelight, watching, not moving, not pretending, just watching. You lock eyes with them for a heartbeat, and they vanish. Not walk away, not duck. Just gone, you stand slowly, knees aching, gut wobbling, heart thudding a little. Too fast for someone who just had 3 puddings and a near-death dance experience. The fire crackles behind you. The laughter continues, but the moment has soured. Someone is following you, not just observing, following, and that means this is bigger than pudding. You press the note against your thigh, feel its crinkle. Through the fabric, you do not know who wrote it, but they were right. Careful. You cannot go back to the castle tonight, not with that thing, whoever they are. Still in the shadows, not with whatever you by mistake heard, misheard, or nodded. At during the cooked goose negotiations. The feast may be over, but whatever it fed into, that is just beginning. Tarabai 8/8/2025 5:36 p.m. The decision makes itself, really. You do not consciously plan to run or hide, or fake your own death with a well-placed meat pie. You just start walking. Slow at first, cautious, then faster, past the outer ring of dancers, past the last circle of straw mats and stew bowls, through the grass that flattens softly. Under your borrowed shoes, you keep to the edge of the firelight, not breaking. Into a run, not turning your head, because if there is anything you have learned, tonight it is this. The moment you look back, you become a target. The sounds of the peasant party fade behind you. Laughter, clapping, the sometimes not right. Note from a homemade pipe. Ahead, it is darker. A narrow path curves along the base of the hill, winding through small trees and shrubs that rustle with every step. The moon, still crooked and too bright, hangs above like a silent witness. You take a deep breath. It smells like moss and damp leaves. It does not smell like duck fat or clove pudding, which feels like a miracle. You have no idea where you are going. You just know you are not staying. And here is where the mind games begin, because now every twig snap is a footstep. Every owl hoot is a coded signal. Every rustle of wind becomes a partner brushing past you in the dark. You reach by instinct for the dagger you do not have, and remember with a jolt that you are not a spy. You are just a full guest in wrinkled fancy clothes, with pastry crust under your fingernails and 3 conflicting political secrets swirling in your brain. You duck under a low branch. A bat flutters past your ear, and you flinch right away, convinced it is an assassin in disguise. Ridiculous, of course, but after everything you have seen tonight, is it really that far-fetched? You have eaten birds that were dyed and lit on fire. You have watched rich people pass notes like they were in a Shakespearean subplot. A man really juggled with eel. And let's not forget the figure, the watcher, the one who was just standing there, Not moving beyond the peasant firelight. They are still out there. Let's pause. For a quick historical thought before your heart gives out. Old-time travelette. Night was not really encouraged. Most people stayed inside after the sun went down, especially in country areas. Roads were unlit, full of ditches, thieves, wild animals, and the sometimes lost monk. But rich people or anyone connected to rich circles had a different risk profile. If someone wanted you gone, it did not take much. A push down a ravine, a dagger under the ribs, a helpful herb drink that turned out to be 80% belladonna. A lot of people vanished. Quietly, their disappearance blamed on wolves or God's will. So you stick to the path, head down, legs aching. You reach a low stone wall, part of an old boundary. Marker probably, and climb over it not gracefully. Your boots scrape your knee. Crunches, you land in a patch of grass that right away tries to swallow your left. Foot in mud, perfect. Tarabai, 8/8/2025 5:36 p.m. You trudge on, more and more aware that you are not dressed for stealth or survival. If someone is chasing you, you are basically a walking torch in a sequin jacket. Azend. No footsteps behind you, no whispers, just trees, just wind. You get to a small rise, and there, blessedly, absurdly, is a cottage. Tiny, thatched, tilted. A little to one side like it had too much cider. A single light flickers behind. Its shuttered window. There is a fence made of mismatched wood pieces and a goat. Asleep next to a barrel, you hesitate. Approaching strangers at night is rarely wise, but freezing to death or collapsing in a ditch because you are 40%. Venison at this point also seems unwise. You knock, no answer, you knock again. Softer, still nothing. You try the door, it opens. Inside it is warm, not feast. Hall warm, not roast on the rug warm, but gentle, lived-in warm. A fire glows. In a small hearth, a kettle sits on top of it, steaming gently. The room smells of thyme, amber, and ash, and boiled onions. A narrow bed stands in the corner. A stool, a chest, simple, sturdy things, and sitting in the chair by the fire is an old man, eyes closed, hands folded. Breathing, you freeze. Sorry, you whisper, I did not mean to. He opens one eye. Feast, he asks, you nod. He grunts, knew it, always sends at least one of you out here. Sit down before. You pass out and ruin the rug. You blink, you're expecting, not you specifically. He mutters, but someone, always someone. That castle eats its own. You sit. You do not question it. The chair creaks under your weight. Your muscles hum. With tiredness, the old man pours something from the kettle into a chipped cup and hands it to you. Drink this. Don't ask what is in it. You drink it. It tastes like moss, metal, and a hint of apple. You do not hate it. Your stomach growls once in confusion, then settles like a scolded child. Let me guess. The man says, someone passed you a note. You nod slowly. He nods back. Careful, was it? You freeze. How did you? He waves a hand. They pass it. Every time some poor fool gets caught too close to something sharp or overhears something meant for someone else, or just happens to be in the wrong place when the wrong dish is served. That is when the notes start. always the same word. Same parchment, same ink, but who is writing them? No idea, he says. But they are not wrong. You stare into the fire, mind spinning. So what now? Now you sleep, he says. You are safe here for tonight. And tomorrow, he shrugs. Depends what you remember when you wake up. You drain the cup, the warmth spreads. Your eyelids grow heavy, your limbs sink. Somewhere outside, an owl hoots. Somewhere beyond that, a door creaks in the castle. Secrets ripple across stone and straw, but here in this crooked little cottage, you drift, full, confused, but breathing for now. Tarabai 8/8/2025 5:36 p.m. The first thing you notice when you wake is that you are not dead, which feels like a small miracle. The second thing you notice is that your stomach, after a long and angry night of threatening to destroy you from inside, has finally gone quiet. It does not feel great, but it no longer feels like it is going to stage a fight, and that is something. You lie still for a while, blinking. Up at the low thatched roof of the old man's cottage, listening to the early morning sounds coming in. Soft wind, a distant crow, the lazy jingle of a goat. Bell somewhere just outside. Your limbs are sore, your mouth is dry, and your brain is foggy like someone put porridge in your skull. But you are alive, fully. Definitely not deserving to be alive. There is a blanket over you, scratchy wool. Probably half goat. You sit up slowly, careful not to test your joints too fast. Everything is still attached. Nothing seems to be poisoned or punctured. You are in the same chair by the fire, which has burned down to faint orange coals. The cup you drank from sits on the table, empty now. No sign of the old man. You swing your legs to the floor and wince as your feet touch the cold stones. Then you see something new on the small wooden table next to the hearth. A folded note. Of course, you open it slowly, half expecting the now known single word. But this one is longer, neater handwriting, black ink, straight lines. You were lucky. Last night, don't return, too many eyes. The kitchen boy talks in his sleep. Trust no one, a friend. You stare at it. You read it again and again. Then you fold it neatly and tuck it into your sleeve where the first, careful note once lived. Your personal file of worry is really growing. There is no food in the cottage, but a small bowl of water sits by the door. Along with a rough towel, you rinse your face, splash your neck, scrub your hands. The cold bites through the crusted sweat and sauce stuff, and you feel a little more human. You step outside into morning fog and dewy grass. The goat bleats. In greeting, a chicken eyes you with mild doubt. The forest edge glows soft green. In the morning light, and far off you can hear voices, distant but moving. You are not sure if they are hunting dogs or castle guards. But either way they make. You move, you walk slowly at first, then faster, trying not to think too hard about where you are going. A way is enough for now. You have passed beyond the feasting halls, past the silly laughter, the whispered plans, the roast meats, and pudding politics. What comes next? You do not know, you just know it has to have fewer bread plates and much less danger of assassination by pastry. Let us Take one last look at what you have survived. A 12-hour attack of old time. Food warfare with enough cooked game to repopulate a forest. Sauces thick enough. To fix a roof. A drinking plan that would scare a pirate. And political moves. So casual and baked in that you by mistake became someone's messenger just by. Nodding with a mouth full of almond cream, you danced, you digested barely. You almost died a few times, and you managed to sneak out before anyone found out. Just how much you did not know. Tarabai 8/8/2025 5:36 p.m. Here is your final historical bite. In old-time days, feasts were not just parties. They were small worlds of the whole social order. Power was on show at every table. The sitting plan could cause a fight. The wrong joke could end a marriage. And the wrong dish, if left on your plate too long, could be seen as a statement. These were dangerous places, not just because of undercooked boar or strange custard, but because everyone was watching. Everyone had something to gain or lose, and the more food there was, the more politics came baked in. You were not supposed to survive, not really. That feast was not for you, but you made it. You walk until the trees close around you, until the sounds of the castle fade. Into rustling leaves and bird song, you come across a creek, cold and shallow, and drink right from it. No fancy cup, no mulled wine, just water. Clean, plain. Glorious water. You splash some on your face and laugh out loud, scaring a nearby squirrel into dropping whatever it was hoarding. You look down at your clothes. Wrinkled, stained, a little torn. You look like a rich person's ghost or someone who fought a roast duck and lost. You will need new clothes, a new name maybe. A new story to tell if anyone asks what you are doing walking the woods looking. Like you lost a very aggressive eating contest, but you will figure that out. You sit on a flat rock under an oak tree, stretching out your legs and finally letting your body go limp. The sun breaks through the clouds, pale and gentle, warming your face. And there, for the first time since walking into the feast hall, you breathe out without fear. No meat, no sauce, no politics, just you breathing. You smile and burp softly. Of course, though, yeah. You made it. You survived an old-time feast, a thing that was somehow both party and battlefield, dinner and death trap, party and punishment. You lasted through the parade of meats, the strange sauces, the bread plates that were also sponges, the dances planned by chaos, and the musical styles of a man with bells sewn into strange places. You survived the politics, the puddings, and the chance of being turned into someone's diplomatic scapegoat, all while slowly, violently digesting roughly 3 whole animals and a small cart's worth of bread. But now, the fires are out, the laughter has faded, the music is gone, and in its place, silence, blessed, belly-friendly silence, the kind that says you are not in danger anymore. You are just full, emotionally, physically, spiritually full. So close your eyes. Let the forest sounds wrap around you like a wool blanket. Feel the gentle breeze brush over your skin, free of spice and smoke. Your pulse has slowed, your stomach, against all odds, has forgiven you, and the night The night is waiting, quiet and wide, full of stars and peace and no more eels. You are safe now, the feast is over. Sleep.